What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
He could take this. Oh, that's superb. That's the third consecutive top plus checkout in this game.
108!
Another big one. Does find another big one. And that is huge. That is seismic.
And it's another top plus checkout from Gavlas. And it's in.
On a sick leg, Peter was sure.
Tops of the win, and to win in some style. That's 2 top plus checkouts in the match for Neil Duff, and that is a win. Yeah, Saturday night is what they're all looking for here in Portsmouth on this Wednesday afternoon. It's the final day's worth of action here in Group A, live on Pluto TV. Hello, good morning. On a day where the fixtures for the brand new Premier League season has been released, we've got 15 fixtures that are going to determine who's going to win this particular league. Well, the asset's already been looking through when the Magpies take on Sunderland over the course of the next 9 months, but it's the next 6 hours that's going to be our full focus today. And it's Adam Gavlas who's got a 2-point lead going into Wednesday's action.
Yeah, he's played really steadily, hasn't he? 8 points Monday, 8 points Tuesday, looking pretty solid. I think the only thing that could scupper his chances of winning this group could possibly be the heat on the stage. Time will tell, but the thing is, he's done enough to have a share of the lead after Monday. Now he's got himself a little bit of a gap, but curiously, Henry, the last game of his group is going to be against Neil Duff. I just wonder what's going to be on that fixture when we get to it.
What's been your assessment of his progress over the couple of days, Adam?
I think it's been quite impressive. I think at times on Monday afternoon, we saw the best of him. When he hasn't played his best starts, he's still found some results. And that is something you've got to do here in the lead up to a Saturday night invitation. So give yourself a great chance of winning games by playing well, but also give yourself a great chance of 2 points in a match, even when you don't play your best.
So that's the story of Adam Gavlas' day. Now, Charlie Manby statistically was the best player yesterday, averaged just under 95, had the most 180s, had the most ton plus checkouts. If he was top of the group, we'd be waxing lyrical about him. But everybody just found a way of raising their game when they took him on.
I think when you have a target on your back or you have a reputation for a high ceiling of performance, which Charlie has, people want to take you out. People want to show you that maybe I can be as good as you are. And Charlie does come here with a reputation of improvement over the last 6 months. So people do want to take him out. And yes, he has had great numbers, but the timing has been slightly off, and people have taken advantage of that.
In terms of timing being slightly off, if there's ever a time to have a bounce out, it's on the winning double to win a game, isn't it?
Yeah, if you look at this dart here, it collides with the flight first. It does penetrate the double six a little bit, but the angle of entry was pretty much 10 degrees from the board, and that's never going to stick in with the kind of point that he's got. If that had clung on for dear life, like the very famous double top that we had from Simon Whitlock in the previous series, then we'd be talking about a very different story. But it didn't find the mark, and he would end up losing to Ivan Springborg Pollson.
In terms of Neil Duff, we spoke about his consistency on Monday. We can have a look at the numbers now in terms of day one to day two. He's a couple of points off the pace. And actually, if you look at the numbers, particularly in terms of the doubling department, if he has a similar day to today, can he pip Adam to the post?
Yeah, his average just came back by about 2 points from Monday to Tuesday. So if he can just rediscover a little bit more scoring prowess from the off, that would be great. But if he continues the way he's doubling and the way he's improved from Monday to Tuesday, going from 50% to around about 57%, then whoever's at the top is going to have a lot of problems with Neil today.
So these are the odds. This is what the bookies are saying in terms of today's action. Adam Gavlas, unsurprisingly, goes off favourite, 8-13 with the bookies. Neil Duff is 6-4 second favourite. And then the rest of the field, well, they're a long way back. It's 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, next Sunday, we're going to be broadcasting the Champion of Champions event. For the first time, Seniors Darts will be coming to Pluto TV, and it'll be coming to you live here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are still available for the event by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. That's also where you can get your tickets for Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. And we're going to have the draw here on Saturday night's broadcast. Myself, Paul Nicholson, and Devon Peterson will be drawing the balls out of the hat ahead of a big night's worth of darts next Sunday. So the Bet Good Win Champion of Champions event takes place on Sunday, June the 29th here on Pluto TV. It's the first ever Seniors event that will be televised live on this particular network. It's going to see 12 top stars go head-to-head. And just a reminder, the draw will take place during Saturday night's broadcast here at the Modus Super Series. Myself, Paul Nicholson, and Devon Peterson will be drawing the balls out the hat. Well, Charlie Manby's a little bit too young to be playing at the World Series. In fact, his goal this year will be World Youth Champion. And actually, the same could be said for McDonald, who's plying his trade on the development tours last year on that particular circuit, and he's in need of a big day today. These two just a couple of points off of one another going into the first match of Wednesday's action. Jack Garwood is your referee for all of the action on this Wednesday morning heading into the
First leg,
afternoon stint. Now, Charlie Manby yesterday was streets ahead of the rest of the field statistically. Daily average of 94.85. 40% on his doubles, 15 hits and 37 attempts. He had 6 ton-plus checkouts, 9 180s yesterday. If this was somebody like last year, we had Wesley Plaisir do something similar, we'd be waxing lyrical and talking from the rooftops about it. But from that day yesterday, he got less of a points return than he did on Monday.
45.
Summed up in 3 words, Henry, darts is weird. Again, it's another reason why people love to watch it and to listen to it and to view it. I think it's probably safe to say that if Charlie is not aware of those numbers, that's a good thing. Because the last thing he needs is to feel a bit more frustrated. Because even with his incredible patience and poise on the stage,
59.
even he was showing signs of a little bit of breaking yesterday.
100.
Even if he doesn't win the group today, which, of course, is a very tough ask, if he can have a really good Wednesday, picking up 4 wins from 5 for a best day of the week, I think that would be a very good sign. Much like this, which is the biggest finish of the week.
138.
And it hasn't been equalised just yet.
Which was hit against Charlie Manby yesterday by Evan Pollson. But Manby will come back for double 9 to take the opening leg of this contest. Scoring has been 9 immaculate in this game so far for him.
No score.
Oh, no.
Ronan, you require 136.
If you're going to bust it when you're an 18 and not an 130
96.
like we saw yesterday.
Charlie, you require 18.
But you better get rid of this, Charlie. Very well done.
On the first leg, Charlie Manby.
And I think there would have been a fear if he lost that leg that the toil of Tuesday would have continued into Wednesday, because he would have expected McDonald to come back and hit, and then Here we go again would have been the feeling in the back of his mind.
97.
I'm going to ask you a very niche question here, Henry, because this will pretty much answer how
58.
intricately you watch the players. Do you look at the players and see how they hold their darts when they're not throwing?
I know where you're going to
47.
go here because of the formation in which Charlie Manby holds his darts.
Yeah, I call them Wolverine players
100.
because they hold them in their hand and they dangle all three through the gaps in their fingers, making them look like they've got claws.
57.
It's actually a very safe way of holding the darts, and it proves that the equipment he's got, it means that the flights are very secure in the stems,
100.
because otherwise they'd drop off. We might get another look at that a little bit later on, especially when he's won a leg.
140.
When he's mid-leg, he tends to hold them like all players do. If you're right-handed, all in the left hand and waiting to use your right hand. But if he's got a bit of time on his stage presence, he tends to let them dangle a bit, which is the right thing to do.
60. Charlie require 143.
Well, looking at 1-4-3 here for the break of a 2-0 lead. Not to be on this occasion, so McDonald does have a chance to level this game back up.
65.
Yesterday
Ronan, you
improved.
require 100.
Improved tremendously. Managed to pick up 3 wins from 5 on Tuesday. And he's looking at tops to level up this one.
80.
Just underneath, and so Manby has
Charlie
a more
requires
bona fide
10.
chance for 2-0.
12s. Oh, no.
70.
He's had a couple
Ronan,
of
you
mishaps on
require
the outer
20.
ring so far in this match. There you can see the darts dangling down in the right hand there. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Very well
second
hit
leg,
by Ronan, but
McDonald.
did you notice just there? This is early on Wednesday, and yesterday we were talking about the
Third
amount of
leg,
times
it's
that
Charlie to
Ronan
the right
prods
first.
the dart.
Game on.
When he's warmed up, he does it once. In this game so far, he's doing it 2 or 3 times.
140.
3 times right there. 1, 2, 1. Just once.
100.
So he's actually graduated technically there from a 3 prod to a 1 prod in one visit.
Well, we were kind of to
57.
the side of the stage, weren't we, around about half an hour before the action started, and we managed to walk past and grab a word with a couple of the players. And
95.
it just struck me with Ronan this morning that there was a real air of focus about him today, that he really maybe wasn't happy with what happened on Monday and
140.
Tuesday, and today he's looking at putting it right. Look, if he wins this game, then he will put himself in a provisional Group B spot.
140.
And after what happened on Monday,
Charlie require
Group B
164.
would be a win in itself.
I mean that both the times he's been here, he would have managed to have got at least into
44.
the best secondary group of the week. Well, Manby looking at 120
96.
to
Charlie require
open up a 2-1 lead. If he
120.
doesn't get it, McDonald's left himself on a 2-dart to the break. He's got a perfect guide there. Just unable to utilise it. He is as shocked as the rest of us that it didn't find a way through into the treble bet.
60. Ronan, you require 70.
To steal a march, it's tops. Hasn't had a great deal of joy in the first round of play so far this week.
Game shot on the third
But
leg.
that will bring him
Ronan
joy. It's a
McDonald.
break of throw, and it's the first time he's got 2 legs in his first match of the day this week.
Full flag. It's Ronan to the row first. Game on.
I think we're starting to figure out just how strong Charlie's chin is.
$55.
Well, it's a situation where most people's jaws would fall to the floor because he has been hit by everything over the course of the last couple of days. And if he ends up in Group C come the end of the day, he will scratch his head and think, how has the way I've played over 2 days worth of, or 3 days worth of action, shall I say, resulted in me being put into the secondary group?
I think it's important how you speak to yourself no matter what happens. There's always a
100.
positive twist on something. If Charlie ends up in Group C, it's easy for him to leave this place and say, why has this happened? I
36.
played better than the guys who went into Group B. I should be there. I shouldn't be playing in the afternoon. That's the negative mindset.
95.
The positive mindset is, I have not played bad this week. So it means the people in Group C are going to get it.
100.
In terms of the groups for the rest of the week, Jonathan Platt, Darren Johnson, and Kieran Tian, the other three players in play. I think
134.
all three of them would fancy their chances in that group. It looks quite even on paper, but you get the sense out of these two, whichever one dropped in, really fancy themselves being one of the two that would make it into Saturday night. It's almost laughable that we're talking about Charlie Manby in those kind of
80.
conversations, but
Ronan,
that's
you
just been the way
require
that his week's
110.
transpired.
Still on, but not for long.
49.
We really did have a good day on
Charlie
the Ton Plus
require
checkouts
32.
yesterday. We had 14, which was 10 more than Monday.
No score. Ronan, you
However,
require 61.
this is not about a Ton Plus checkout. It's about double 18.
For a 3-1 lead, and Charlie Manby at the back of the stage looks a real dejected figure. Hoping for another opportunity, and he's
43.
going to get another
Charlie
opportunity.
require 32.
I don't think this double suits him. That's a
Gets on the
beautiful
full
dart.
flag, Charlie Manby.
Not just because he's hit it third dart to make it 2-2 with a break back. It's the angle. Look at the
Fifth
way his
flag,
darts
it's Charlie
lean
to
in the
very
board.
first. Game on.
Think about how much of that double 8 he covered with that second dart. And he was still able to get past it.
Effectively aimed at the dart and then
60.
hoped it found a way through, and that was exactly what happened for Charlie. And the type of things that didn't go for him yesterday, he's not playing well in this one, but
60.
Ronan McDonald is giving him opportunities. In fact, apart from the 14 darts I've rode him in leg 3, every single leg in this match has been 1 in 7 visits.
140.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
140.
We often talk about the fact that the average leg in this place is 1 in 6 visits.
60.
Average for this place is about 85, 86.
Roundabout, yeah.
About 34% on doubles.
97.
So that tells you what you have to do when you come here minimum. Average 87.5 and have 33% in your doubles. And that is a solid platform. And that's pretty much what some players do every
83.
time they come here.
Charlie require 156.
You average around about 17 darts per leg. You'll be competitive in most games that you play. Is he going to finally take out the 156? And it's like an action replay because the last time he went through, he had to see if the second
Game
dart was
shot on
in.
the
But
fifth
there's no
leg,
doubt about
Charlie
the third one
Manby.
being in. He had one of them hit against him yesterday against even Pollson, but he's found one of his own, and that could be a
Sixth
game
flag,
changer
it's
for
Ronan
Charlie
to the very
Manby.
first.
He leads 3-2, and he just quells the pressure being applied to him by Ronan McDonald.
57.
If you were Charlie, would you rather have the nickname Wolverine or
100.
Champagne?
Again, I'm not going to comment on nicknames.
60.
That just came into my mind just then. I'd like to know why it's called Champagne. It can't be anything to do with Charlie Nicholas.
108.
It might have something to do with things like that and the fact that he took out a champagne finish yesterday amongst the litany of finishes that he took out. But this game's caught fire.
However, Manby's still taking the phone. He's got 6 darts on 2-2-1 to get the job done. Has a glance over at the scoreboard. Thinks about his options. He's down for the
89.
ball. Couldn't find the 25. But guess what he's left?
Could it be serendipity
123.
for the champagne
Charlie
finish to the
require
match?
132.
He did it yesterday. He's not going to do it here.
It's not
The,
going
o-
to...
the only people who should have
56.
champagne in the morning are people at Royal
Ronan, you
Ascot.
require 81.
Oh, and there'll be plenty of that at this time of the morning on this week. Double 12,
Game's on the
3-3.
sixth leg. Ronan McDonald.
Well, forget about a little bit of the bubbly. This is bubbling up. Oh, a little bit
Seventh
of the
and
bubbly.
final leg. It's Charlie to throw first.
I knew you'd get that reference.
Would you like to explain it to the masses?
98.
It's a WWE thing. I don't know the fighter or the wrestler, whatever
It's
they are.
Chris Jericho.
I just see it every single Christmas morning on my timeline on X.
140.
Well, if we're going to go that far, you just made the list. It's a Chris Jericho reference.
I usually say that
43.
before I open up my first glass of gin on Christmas morning. Bottle of gin.
60.
Usually first of many.
That reminds me of one of my favourite commercials. That lovely old lady who says, I don't like tea.
81.
I like gin. That lady is an absolute legend. Well, this game has had a lot to admire.
140.
Excellent scoring. A really good tussle. And there is a chance, of course,
125.
that they could meet again after
Ronan, you
today,
require
but where?
161.
Either Manby is going to go
81.
to 12
Charlie
points,
require 154.
or McDonald's going to join Manby on 10. It is still very much up for debate.
64. Ronan, you require
McDonald
80.
should get a dart for the match. But doubling has been a bit of a poison chalice for him this week.
Game
But on that
shot and the
occasion,
match,
and that's a
Ronan
win,
McDonald.
which puts Ronan McDonald now in a position provisionally in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Charlie Manby has played some spectacular darts this week, but is yielding no results for those particular efforts. That the turn of the tape. McDonald a 4-3 winner. There was a real focus from the second he walked in the building this morning. He knew this first game was a big one. He's picked up a win. He's beaten Charlie Manby by 4 legs to 3. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new the series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. And how resplendent does the building look on this sunny Wednesday morning here on the south coast before the break in our opening game of the session. Ronan McDonald got the better Charlie Manby by 4-3. Our second game is a meeting between Czechia's Adam Gavlas and Kenya's Peter Ruri. And in which other arena would you see these two go toe-to-toe? I'd seldom say there would be many. For Ruri, he starts the day 5th in the table, the 38-year-old from Nairobi, throwing with a 22-gram Winmore dart. What about the last time he was here in Series 10, Week 6, up against Adam Gavlas, the 23-year-old from Navzi in Czechia, making his debut, top of the table, 2 clear with Neil Duff in second position. And for him, the task is, on paper, quite simple. Win 5 games, you're through to Saturday. But it's easy to say that up here in a commentary box. It's a little bit different in acting it on a stage.
Yeah, just a little bit. Especially when Tuesday wasn't as bright as Monday. It still yielded 8 points, like the first day of the week. But there were just a few more question marks about yesterday's play.
First leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Well, allow me to get this off my chest initially. What a fabulous dart shirt this is. I'm a big fan of a white dart shirt, but this is a beaut, isn't it? Just like this visit.
123.
What do you think about the output of Peter Ruri then this week? Because if you put his numbers together for Monday and Tuesday, he's averaging 85. He's had 11 maximums. Hasn't got a ton plus checkout
100.
yet. But he has got the best average in a game this week. I just get the feeling that the confidence that he's starting to yield from this place is starting to come out gradually.
Well, we had the conversation yesterday where I think it's very easy to
66.
label expectations very high on Peter because of some of the things that he's done and because of the attention he's got. But you actually look at what he's done so far this week. He's playing well above his numbers for the year. His 12-month numbers, that he runs at around about 78 and change, 32% on his doubles. Okay, the double was a bit of a concern yesterday, but in terms of his scoring, 86 and 85 his scoring averages over the course of the 2 days. So actually, he's playing beyond the level that a big sample size would suggest to us he should be playing at.
But how many times have we said that?
100.
Simon Adams from South Africa says that he runs a high 70s average. He comes here and he's better. And he attributed it to the environment. It's the throw. It's the ability to practice as much as you need comfortably before each game. So it's the venue and the format that allows people to play better.
Well, Scott Mitchell's a good friend of ours here in the commentary box, and obviously he's played on that stage a few times. Now, he's played on every single big stage and big arena there is to be had in the sport, and he says there's not a throw in the game that is better than the one that we're looking at right now.
There are going to be people watching this live on Pluto TV
121.
saying that we're talking complete nonsense. But there are small things that make a throw better than others. We'll go into those details in the next leg.
98. Adam, you require 160.
Gavlas here looking at 160 to break the throw in the opening leg. Not to be on this occasion, so Ruri will return for 54.
I'm
I'm still trying to figure out why Peter went for treble 18 on 72. If he did the treble, he would have left double 9.
Game shot on the
It
first
doesn't make any
leg.
difference. He
Peter
has
was
taken
sure.
the first leg on tops. Very well done. So what makes a great throw?
Second leg, it's Adam to the
And this
row
is something
first.
that people
Game on.
should take into consideration if they're building their own cave at the end of the garden or a practice facility within their own house. It's about the stability of the board on the wall. That's a given.
60.
I think if the board wasn't steady on the wall, these players would have said something by now. But it's the surroundings. It's the comfort of what's underfoot. Players like the feeling of carpet.
95.
Nothing too grand either. You don't want to have your feet moving around. It's got to be a short pile. And it's the colours that are used for the stage set. That's what people like here. There's plenty of lights to illuminate the stage and the board.
96.
Hence, when this was being constructed, the first thing we thought of was that the stage set was going to be black. Because that way it's not shining right in your eyes all the time. Because there have been
81.
stages, particularly at Minehead, where the backings have been way too bright. Too green, too red, too yellow, and players don't like it.
Well, I suppose the one that really stands out is the Lakeside, that stage set they had for a couple of years. Now, I know you never played a game at Lakeside, but I know you've thrown enough darts on that
134.
stage to know what that would be like.
Yeah, I've actually been asked by the production squad to go on the stage and test it. And my initial thought was I didn't like it because the depth perception
60.
of the somewhat 3D looking backing of the stage, it confused the living bejesus out of me. I've spoken to Jeff Smith about this as well. It's weird. It should be one-dimensional so that you're not thinking you're throwing down a tunnel.
58.
Because that's how it felt.
Particularly when they started flashing the lights when a 180 was hit.
Yeah, that makes it look like a fun fair.
However, that was exactly what that
55.
particular broadcaster
Adam,
wanted.
you require 153.
Take it back to the 80s. Make it a nice shade of peach.
See, I love the skull stages at the Circus Tavern. Proper heritage. Is this going to be a proper finish? Just on the inside.
135.
That's something that we have here as well, and most darts productions have as well. There's a
80.
microphone behind the board.
Adam, you require
It gives you that
80.
little sound of a thud. And people like that. So far, I haven't seen anybody do that with their own cave at home. Seems a bit unnecessary. This is very necessary.
No score. PT require 130.
I'm going to say something in a second that may seem harsh, but it's meant to be factual. We'll see if Peter can take this out first. There's your answer. Loses the line,
90.
but is positioned
Adam,
well.
you
If Gavlas
require
misses
18.
more on the left-hand side of the board. As we approach the 7-minute mark of this game, Gavlas decides to split.
Game shot
That
on
was
the
a very
second
good
leg.
choice
Adam
in the end.
Gavlas.
So it's 1-1 after 7 minutes and 5 seconds. The quickest game completed in this place is 5
Third
minutes
leg, it's
38.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
So they've had 2 legs. Tom Sykes, when he beat Brian Rahman, was already back in the practice room.
Well, the good news is it'll take another half an hour if they're going to pass the slowest game here.
That was
100.
recently, wasn't it, with Pim van Bynen?
Against Simon Wilkinson, 37 minutes and 15 seconds. And you can watch that game in full on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel if you so wish.
60.
There will be tension today, especially for Gavlas and for Duff, because they will want the 2 days off leading into Saturday night.
43.
Of those two players, Neil will know exactly what to do on Thursday and Friday. Adam won't have a clue. He's never been to Portsmouth before. Curiously, because of his situation within the sport, he's got a lot of friends who live in this country.
140.
I wouldn't be surprised if he wins this group today, if he goes somewhere else for a couple of days. Maybe even up to Warwickshire, because he knows Ted Everts very well.
Leicester? I mean, obviously Ted's playing at the Pro Tour this week, and obviously his management company manages a lot of players that are playing at the Pro Tour this week, so it wouldn't surprise me if he maybe went up there as a +1, maybe hung out with a few friends for a few days.
That's a good shout, actually.
I know that was something John O'Shea did when he was playing down here. I'm sure I think it was the other way around. Well, I think he played the Group B, but decided to come early,
83.
see some friends at a Pro Tour, then travel down to Portsmouth. I think it was that situation. But any which way, he put a little trip to see his pals in amongst playing. And on the subject of Pro Tour action, we should send our
130.
congratulations to Chris Dobie, who's picked up yet another Pro Tour title yesterday. Players Championship 17, beat Duff and Dive and Boda 8-7 in the final.
Yeah, played really well yesterday, did Chris. He was in a spot of bother in that last leg decider.
100. PT require 133.
Had to take out double 8 with his last start and a 70 checkout. Otherwise, it could have been a bit of a heartbreaking loss.
Dirk's reaction behind him really did make me chuckle.
Academy require 118.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be Dirk's first opponent today.
Because you might get it. Is Ruri about to get it? Because Gavlas here is looking at 118. Looking at tops.
98.
But he couldn't get in.
PT requires
Well, that's a
74.
couple of checkouts he's missed of a ton plus nature. Ruri has not beaten Gavlas this week yet. But he is
Gets on the
leading in
third
here.
leg. Peter was
With a
sure.
nice clean 74 out.
Is this the first twist on this decision
Fourth
day
flag, it's Adam
Wednesday? And
to
if
the
it
road
is,
first.
then Neil Duff
Game
will
on.
be rubbing his hands together ahead of a meeting with even Springboard Pollson in match 3.
Am I right in thinking that Kenya is the newest nation to take part here?
60.
Because it gets me thinking. Who could be the next nation that takes part that we haven't had yet?
So Kenya is nation number 39 of
96.
40. That was Monday's Tungsten Teaser, in case you didn't get the answer.
I was close to 42
You
then.
were very close. Philippines, the last nation to be represented, with Christian Perez.
So who could be the next nation?
140.
And let's be realistic. If we're starting to talk about Chinese Taipei, I don't think Pupo is going to be coming here anytime soon because it's a long, long way to come.
It's a shame because I'd love to see Liu
83.
here, his partner who played in that tournament. I thought he played very well last couple of years.
Have we had Hong Kong yet?
Kai Fan Lung.
So we can't talk about Hugo, who had a rather glorious quiff at the weekend.
55.
And apparently he was playing for AC Milan, not for Hong Kong, because that's what the shirts look like. So which nation could it be? If you want to get in touch with us at MSS Darts on X, Facebook and Instagram, tell us which nation
85.
do you want to see represented here for the first time?
Again, I'd love to... one player I've said for a while is probably Zong. Again, travel makes it
74.
difficult for players in Asia. Even the Argentinian lads, they played okay at the weekend.
Yeah, they did. They did South America proud.
45.
Always nice to see a new nation coming into the sport. And when Argentina qualified for the World Cup, we were all curious as to how they were doing. They did pretty well. So Argentina, China. Yeah, because I really do rate Zong. I think he's a good player.
132.
I know there's going to be a lot of people that would love to see Rashad Sweeting here, the Bahamas.
Yeah, that Monday morning it's going to be welcome to the Modus Super Series on location.
Oh yeah, he's not playing here. We're going out there.
130.
I hope the powers that be heard that and have booked the flights already.
40.
I think everybody would want to play it that week. Double top. Nothing wrong with that. You can use that as a line marker. Can't use that one.
30.
And this time he doesn't get the line
PT
right. So
require
Ruri,
54.
who took out 74, is now looking at 14 again. But boy, oh boy, he did not expect that. He can still leave his double of choice.
$18.
Well, he took
Adam,
his
you
time.
require 10.
Doesn't go, and so Gavlas will return for 3 more double five to level this game up at 2 apiece.
I don't know why he didn't leave tops again. Surely this is going in. It's such a beautiful marker
Adam Gavlas.
and so well used. Slightly attritional game, which could have 3 more legs in it.
To throw first. Game on.
Well, let's find out a little bit more about Adam, shall we, and his hometown of Navši in the
60.
Czechia. It's a municipality village in the Frýdek Míšek district in the Moravian Sicilian region of the Czech Republic.
I love this section of the show.
Now, it's not the biggest town. It has about
45.
3,900 residents. The municipality has a significant Polish population. The name is derived from Naves or Norsi, which denotes an empty part of a village customarily used as a common pasture. In terms of geography, it's located about 30 kilometers southwest of Frýdek Míšek, which is the state that it's in. It was first founded back in 1223. It was mentioned in a document by the Bishop of Wrocław in Poland.
108.
Is that the Bishop of Wrocław?
Yes.
Now, didn't they recently have
The Europa League final.
Europa League final in
Conference
Wrocław?
League, sorry. Yeah, Chelsea beat Real Betis.
45.
So after World War I and the Polish-Czechoslovak War and the division of Cieszyn Silesia in 1920, it became a part of Czechoslovakia. Following the Munich Agreement in October 1938, together with the Trans-Olza region, it was annexed by Poland, administratively adjoined to the Cieszyn County of Silesian Voivodeship. It was then annexed by Nazi Germany at the beginning of World War II. After the war, it was then restored to Czechoslovakia. And in fact, if you go on their Wikipedia page, Adam Gavlas is the second most famous person on there. The most famous one, Kristina Piskova. I hope I've got that right. Who is a Czech model and won Miss World 2023.
So he's from the same place as someone who's won Miss World.
2 years ago.
96. Adam, you require 106.
I like the fact he's the second most famous person from such a small place.
Yeah, I think Miss World just about gets the jump, doesn't it?
I think it does, yeah.
$58. PT
So there you go. There's another arena where Czechia will go head-to-head with Kenya. Miss World. Bet you didn't think of that one. We're thinking tops, though.
95.
He's had plenty of chances in
Adam,
this
you
game. He
require
could have this
48.
won by now. And Neil Duff's thinking, why haven't you got it won by now?
Double 16. 3-2
Game shot
Gavlas
of fifth
lead. He gets
flag,
the
Adam
break and
Gavlas.
needs just one more to win this contest.
Sixth flag, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Minute 19 and Gavlas has the darts in his hand to win it.
It's interesting what you were saying about his hometown because it's been part of numerous countries
42.
who can honestly say that they've lived in a place like that. Can't say that I have, Henry, and we know that you haven't because you've never left Portsmouth.
I went to Newcastle literally last week.
81.
I know, I'm only pulling your leg. One thing about Czechia, though, it is a wonderful country full of really friendly people.
100.
And I can imagine their two biggest industries would have to be tourism and beer.
Now that sounds like my kind of place.
40.
You would not believe how many people come through certain parts of Prague on these big coach trips. It's like nothing you've ever seen. I don't know if you've ever been to O'Hare Airport in Chicago, but when you go through there,
100.
you see people going all over the world from the same place. And it is, I believe, the biggest layover hub in the United States because you go from New York to Los Angeles or San Diego or Seattle. You see so many people going in different directions. And Czechia is a bit like that because if you're going from, say, Germany to further into Eastern Europe, everybody goes through Czechia. So if you go there, prepare to see a lot of coaches.
Yeah, I was meant to go there a
59.
couple of years ago, but I had to cancel that particular holiday. Perhaps won't be surprised to know it was work reasons.
$60.
I think Ruri is starting to lose his grip on this game. He's had his chances to win it, and not by a close margin. He could have won it by 2 legs. Gavlas is not needing a treble here to get to a finish first.
59.
I just wonder if switching to the 19s was the right call there. On 141, you might need a 25 to leave a double. Or a treble 7.
132.
But if you've got 140, you just need 1 treble
141.
and 2 singles. Or you could just take the 141 out. The John Lowe way.
Double 18.
105.
Well, I haven't seen that
Eighty
done in a
required,
while.
128.
Yeah, I think we need to bring that one back. That's a cool way of finishing. So is the bullseye, but Peter doesn't get there.
56.
And it's
Academy
looking
required 36.
a little bit more likely now that Ruri is going to stay in the bottom 3. But Gavlas could be 4 points ahead at the top if he hits double 18.
No score.
But he's missed the opportunity, and Ruri's going to come back
72.
to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Gavlas has missed a multitude of opportunities. Did he go double-double there? He did, didn't he? And it means he's only going to get one in his hand at double 18, not to be.
54. Academy required 36.
That was so Peter Ruri, wasn't it? Gavlas has had match starts already. Can he finish the job in 6 legs? He doesn't want to play in a 7th leg.
Game shot and a
He won't be
match.
playing in a
Adam
7th leg
Gavlas.
because Adam Gavlas picks up A win which puts him 4 points clear temporarily at the top of the group and piles the pressure on Neil Duff before he's even thrown a dart on this Wednesday morning. A lot of respect between them two. And Gavlas wins by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, it's Pollson and Duff.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Gets it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we're just drawing our breath back following that match between Adam Gavlas and Peter Ruri. Adam winning by 4 legs to 2. That now moves him 4 points clear at the top of the group ahead of a meeting between even springboard Pollson and Neil Duff. It's game 3 of our session here on the south coast for Neil. He's looking to move back to within a couple of points of Gavlas at the top of the league table. Right, Ivan, well, he's bottom of the league. He's looking to get everything together ahead of a campaign in Group C. The 63-year-old from Slangerup in Denmark for over 25-gram dart up against Neil Duff, the 52-year-old from Winterthur, now based in Switzerland, 4-time a weekly winner in this building. He's also picked up a double start title here in the past. And if he is to win this Group A, you get the sense he's going to have to go through the card today to do exactly that. It's a meeting of Northern Ireland and Denmark in our third game of the session after Czechia beat
It's
Kenya.
Ivan to throw
I
first.
promise you, this isn't a World Cup week.
Game on.
Well, this really is an important game for Neil Duff, isn't it? If he has ambitions of winning this group situation in the first 3 days of week 6, he can't afford to let Gavlas get away. His responsibility today
95.
is to make sure that the final game he plays, and it will be game 13 of 15 today, against Gavlas, make sure that that game
82.
is a shootout. I think that's his job. And the way he does that is that he keeps pace with Gavlas
41.
through the day. Now let's have a look at Duff's position in the fixture list. He plays third in round 1.
99.
He plays second in round number 2, and that is before Gavlas. That could be crucial. So he's playing twice before Adam graces the hockey
100.
again. It's about how the pressure is put on
83.
the person above him. It's pretty simple. Win this one, beat Charlie Manby in game 5, and then Gavlas is under pressure when he plays Ivan in game
63.
6.
And this is how quickly things can change, because at this present moment in time, had Gavlas as a 4-point lead, but by the next time he plays, he could well find himself level on points if Neil Duff. Pollson is going to take out the 137, although he does have 6 darts on here to
97.
take out the opening leg. He's left himself on top. Duff can do nothing by way of response.
Springborg did
95.
get his first
Ivan, you
win of the
require
week
40.
in round 1 yesterday against Ronan McDonald. And he's just offered Neil Duff a bit of a gift.
No score. Neil, you require 107.
He's done the right thing by busting it. But Duff has been a finishing machine this week. But you've got to get to the double. When he gets to the double,
75.
he's been the best
Ivan, you
player by
require
a margin this week.
Is he going to get a look at one here? Knows the
Yeah,
answer,
he's on
because
the
Pollson
first
eventually
leg.
finds
Ivan
double 10 to
Springbok
take the
Pollson.
opening leg of this contest. In terms of his day yesterday, average of
Second leg, it's Neil to throw
80.31.
first.
His doubling was decent when he had an opportunity. In fact, these were the 2 best finishers of the day yesterday, going head-to-head in this one. He was 22 from 60 on his doubles, Pollson, 36%, including the
100.
highest checkout of the day, and now joint highest checkout of the week, a 156 against Charlie Manby, which was equalised by
100.
Charlie in our first match against Ronan McDonald. How that feels like a long time ago now. As for Neil Duff, 87.67 average for him yesterday.
100.
And his doubling, well, it was beyond world class. 17 hits from his 30 attempts, 56% all told. No matter what arena you're in, you double to that
57.
kind of nature, to that kind of tune, you're going to win matches.
But his average did come down by about 4 points.
60.
Maybe that's why, over the course of 5 games, he lost a little bit of ground. But then again, numbers lie.
44.
We've already proven that, because Charlie Manby had the best average yesterday, and he found himself only just in the top 3, and now he's outside the top 3.
100.
He's having a very odd week.
Well, the biggest difference yesterday was Neil was equally as impressive on his doubles on Monday, 45%.
100.
But the scoring power yesterday
Neil, you
just
require
lacked
141.
for the Duff man. Which is why, yes, he was taking opportunities, but he had less opportunities than he
41.
had on Monday. In
Ivan,
fact,
you require
he had 10 less darts at a
160.
double for Monday compared to Tuesday. And this opportunity, you feel, is one that he's going to have to take, because that 140 there for Pollson's left himself on double 10 for the break.
Very, very good choice.
80. Ivan, you require
Just a little bit of
20.
hesitation before dart 3 there for Neil.
Game shot on the
As a
second
result
leg.
of that,
Ivan
he
Springbok
misses, and
Pollson.
Springborg without hesitation, goes in and hits it.
Third leg, it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
What about Henry Dickens? One-leg bonanza of Czechia history. How about Slangerup
81.
in Denmark? And I'm not making this up, by the way. The town was established by the Viking Slangia at the time of Harold Bluetooth.
82.
Oh, yeah. This was 1,000 years ago. There was a guy called Harold Bluetooth.
131.
Slightly ahead of his time.
Was he a speaker by any chance?
80.
King Eric I of Denmark was born in Slangerup. It's about 30 kilometres outside of the beautiful city of Copenhagen.
44.
It's one of the best cities in Europe. Clean, tidy, friendly, amazing food.
108.
And of course, Copenhagen.
He.
You get maximum flavour when you go to some of the best restaurants in the world in that town. Historically,
121.
René Redzepi is the most famous chef from Denmark, who was noted for his 3-star restaurant Norma, which, and I'm not making this up either, one of the
85.
courses
Ivan, you require
was a jar of
124.
lettuce with some ants in it. Bull.
99. Neil, you require 74.
Apparently the ants taste like oranges. I'll have to take their word for it. Now, there's 41 left here. And Duff needs to hit this.
Game shot in the third leg.
When he
Neil
gets there, he's just so good at it. Crafting a finish, even when something
Fourth
goes
leg,
wrong.
It's Neil
The
to throw
sign
first. Game on.
of a hearty champion.
Hearty, gritty, they're all the words that we've used to describe Neil Duff over the course of the week.
100.
Because regardless of the situation, regardless of the circumstances, and how far his back may well be up against the wall, he'll always find a way to come back out punching and swinging again.
44.
He categorised it on Monday. Now, his average, yes, for the day was 90.2. For it was impressive, but it was even more impressive when you consider the
100.
range of performance wasn't too big. For every single battle he's been through this week, he's by and large found a way of getting through, and that
60.
doubling percentage, that doubling ability he showed over the first few days, that has been a real key to success. Over the course of the 2 days, around about 50% or so.
85.
Coincidentally, Slangerup has about 3 times as many people as Adam Gavlas' town.
100.
Still small. Less than 10,000 people. But there's a lot of dart players from very small towns.
35.
Is that a little bit of frustration starting to boil over for Duffman, though?
Jacob Taylor, do you remember where he lived in Flowers Cove?
60.
Yeah, that was a bit of a drive from the airport, wasn't it?
Literally hundreds, wasn't it, of people lived there?
I can imagine that being quite idyllic.
55.
And windy.
Oh, you're batting down the hatches in the winter, that's for sure. And Duff here battening down the hatches because he's putting on a real
137.
sprint here.
You require
Pollson got off to a quick
126.
start in this match, and to be fair, he's keeping pace with the Duff man, but you know, it's just beginning to find that little bit of quality. And now he's looking at the bullseye for 2 apiece.
79.
The line was okay, but it just
Ivan,
dropped
you
low.
require 100.
Is that your best impression of Roy Keane saying a little bit of quality? Double 10 again. And look at
Shot on
that step
fourth
to the
leg,
left.
Ivan Springbok Pollson.
On double 10. That's very James Richardson-like. And Duff is
Fifth leg, it's
very
Ivan
much
to throw
staring a
first.
cliffhanger
Game on.
in the face. Or, for the want of a better phrase, a Duff.
123.
There was a bit of a dramatic episode of EastEnders this week, wasn't there?
Was there? Never watched it. I've got a life.
100.
I'm sure those that are eagle-eyed enough will tell us exactly what happened at MSS Darts.
Each to their own and all that. I
118.
still can't believe that Steve West is a fan of Hollyoaks. That makes no sense.
60.
Mind you, that scene with Curtis and AJ Pritchard, I can't believe that didn't win a BAFTA. I'll show you in the break. It's the worst bit of acting
40.
we've ever seen.
You were just talking a different language there, weren't you?
Been watching that race across the world at the minute. That's really good TV, that.
Oh, I can imagine Neil being in that.
140.
I can imagine Neil in the jungle.
I'm a celebrity.
I would absolutely pay to watch Neil Duff in the jungle. I
And
think
he
it'd be
would get-
awesome.
He'd get stuck into the challenges and the trials.
Of course he would. Absolutely.
100.
Make it happen, TV. Get Neil in the jungle.
He's got to say yes to it first.
Of course he would.
60. Ivan, you require 120.
Well, this for the match. 120 for Pollson to complete a 4-1 win over Neil Duff. Couldn't find the treble. At least the treble he wanted with the
60.
second dart. It's going to
Yeah, we
half the
require
score, leave himself in a decent
141.
position. And for Neil Duff, he's going to have to take out this 1-4-1. This really would be gutsy. It would have been quality if he could. But Pollson now looking to
85.
put the seal on it.
Ivan, you require
What do you think,
60.
Henry? Tops or tens? Tens has been his best friend.
Well, how about the lesser spotted double 19? And how
41.
about a
Here
reprieve
we
for Neil
require
Duff?
56.
Oh, that was not the plan. Oh, he's missed his single.
Game shot
That's
of
the
fifth
second
flag,
time
Neil
in this
Duff.
game. He's made an error, then fixed it on tops.
Sixth flag. It's Neil to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
that look as Neil Duff came back to the ball was a look of a man that knows he may have just got away with one there. But one thing Neil will do is maybe use that little bit of luck that he had there
140.
because of Pollson missing those darts to win it and try and cash it in to the best extent in which he can.
57.
Just looking at Slanger up one more time. Back in the 11th century, Eric I
100.
had a nickname. Now, there obviously have been nicknames for leaders of certain nations in the past.
84.
Do you remember Richard the Lionheart? I'm not talking about Richard North. I'm talking about the King, which is played by Sean Connery in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
85.
But Eric I of Denmark had a great nickname, and it was so on the nose. Eric the Good.
140.
It's not very creative, but it's kind of nice. Eric the Good.
Have you heard about his brothers, though? Eric the Bad and the Ugly.
85.
You're going to get haunted one day by the Danish.
82. Neil, you
Duff
require
is fighting
91.
back here. He's on tops.
Game shot
And
on the
this
sixth
time he
flag,
takes
Neil Duff.
tens. So we go all the way after a tumultuous game.
Well, 3 games played, and out of a
Seventh and final
possible
leg.
21... well, even
on.
as that key to get to the Oki, he's thrown his first star before he was allowed to. It's going to count. To be fair, even. Don't worry about it. We needed this game sped up.
57.
I'm only jesting, by the way. But of a possible 21 legs we could have played so far, we have played
123.
20 of them. Get yourselves comfy, everybody, because this could be a long and dramatic day of darts.
26.
Well, this is a big leg for Duff, isn't it? If he doesn't win it, he's going to be 4 points behind Gavlas.
43.
And do my eyes deceive me? Or is Neil Duff wearing a dart shirt with an Australian symbol on it?
41.
You're looking at what's on the sleeve on the right hand side. There's Northern Ireland dart
I
shirt
see.
with
I'm getting
the map
confused.
of Northern Ireland on it.
40.
My first look was that this may have been a shirt he wore when he went to Australia.
Yeah, he did play. It has won in Australia as well as Neil Duff. That was one of the bonuses of being
13.
world champion. And Shane McGurk gets to enjoy that kind of luxury in a few months' time. He plays Champions Week, and he literally goes from Portsmouth to Sydney.
100.
There's bigger upgrades than Portsmouth to Sydney. It's a big upgrade, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Only problem is it'd be
140.
towards the end of winter out there.
Winter. They don't know what winter is in Sydney. It's about 20 degrees.
133.
Well, Ivan Springbok Pollson's going to go cold if he loses this one. He had 2 darts, remember?
100. Neil, you
On a 60 checkout.
62.
Ah, 62 the best way. 1 for double 8. Do it the Nico way.
54.
And
Ivan,
still
you
has to
require
hold his breath.
124.
124 can't be done now. So tough back for double 4.
36. Neil, you require 8.
And gets
It's
it with his
and
first
the match.
start to seal.
Neil Duff.
A 4-3 win, which puts him to within a couple of points of Adam Gavlas at the top of the table. Even Springboard Pollson. Well, that's another defeat for him, and he did race into a 2-0 lead in that game. He also found himself 3-1 up, but Duff rallied off 3 on the spin to win 4-3. Next up, Ronan McDonald takes on Peter Ruri.
the same, huh?
It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. It started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Yeah, plenty of events coming up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, including an audience with Phil Taylor. The 16-time champion of the world will be in audience here. That is on Saturday, June the 28th. That is 10 days from now. That is next Saturday. And he'll be talking about his 16 World Championships, 16 World Match Plays, and I'm sure plenty more to talk about as well, following a long and distinguished career for the power. Next up for us, it is Ronan McDonald and Peter Ruri. Well, 16 less world titles between the pair on the stage. Peter Ruri, our ADG representative. Ronan McDonald, our ADC representative.
First
The two players that
gets
represent
Ronan to
the
the row first.
pathways that are
Game
on offer here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, McDonald can move on to 12 points. He can move 2 clear of Charlie Manby ahead of his meeting with Neil Duff in the next game of our
58.
session. And in terms of the way that their days have started, Ronan with a really good performance out the gate, a 4-3 win against Charlie Manby. Doubles looked as if they improved, 4 from 9, better than what it has been the first couple of days, average just under 87. Whereas for Peter Ruri, it was a rather laboured game, wasn't it, against Adam Gavlas. 4-2, he would lose out to the Czech, averaging just under 79, 2 from 5 in terms of his finishing. If the truth be told, if both players played like they have done over the last day or so, Ronan McDonald should get the job done.
Should is a very strong word, as we always say, but Ronan has been climbing the ladder gradually over the last couple of days, and now he's in the top 3. It's very hard to say that getting into Group B is not a big motivator for him.
46.
The thing is, the last time he was here, he finished 3rd in Group A. He finished 3rd in Group B. He made the final match. Now, that is the mission. Am I right?
100.
Getting to the final match. They both know what it's like, these players. So by virtue of that, Ronan's thinking in his own mind,
121.
I'll just do the same as last time.
Require 121.
But maybe change the last game.
So 121 for Ruri to get the break in this opening leg. Treble 17 leaves a poke at the ball.
73. Ronan, you require 136.
Well, that was a long way off, wasn't it?
96.
Well, that's a good approach there from McDonald.
48.
Ruri's going to leave tops.
$28.
But he's not going to hit
Ronan,
it.
you require 40.
Bigger sample size now for McDonald. What are we going to get from his doubles in this one? If he improves on his doubles at the start of a session, he's going to have a good day. That's where he slipped up yesterday. If he'd not missed as many doubles in his first couple of games, he could have had a blistering Tuesday. It's already better than the last 2 days, so he's very much on the up.
66.
Well, you could take a leaf out of Neil Duff's book, because it's something that we've said about him so many times when he's been here, is peaking at the right time. As you mentioned, peaking as the week draws towards a close. And actually, if you probably break down the way you played the last time he was here, because we didn't know much from Ronan when he played here the first time, we were astonished straight away at his level. But actually, you look at the way he played, he did improve as the week went along, and he got to that point on Saturday where he was getting towards the final. And let's be honest, I think we fancied him to beat Spivey. I think we really did. It wouldn't be for him on that particular occasion, but looking to win it at his second attempt.
Henry, there's nothing wrong with coming up a little bit short when you're doing something for the first time.
66.
There are so many stories of dart players who succeed, but the first portion of the story is a loss.
100.
Maybe a game that they feel they could have won against a certain opponent, but then they realised, hang on, I can actually do this. I can beat these guys.
100.
You have to put yourself on the stage under the lights.
121.
And you've got to figure out how you feel first. Now, he's a bit of a character as Ronan, but deep down he knows he's a good dart player. I just wonder
85.
how good he
Ronan,
thinks
you
he is.
require 95.
Double 19.
Too
57.
defensive. Now, if you don't like double 19, don't go for it. Go for 6 double 16.
We'll
PT
put that
require
under the
139.
definition of awkward.
That was like two snooker players saying, is that a touching ball? That's a beautiful first start from Peter. Next. That one, not quite as good.
$89.
Now, what's he going to
Ronan,
do
you
on double
require
19 this time?
38.
This time he splits it. This makes sense to me. That makes sense
on
to
the
him.
second leg, Ronan McDonald.
I'm getting the sense that Ronan's a player that's learning. And some of the things that maybe he makes
Third
as
leg,
mistakes
it's
in the
Ronan
past, he
to the
doesn't make as a
first.
mistake the second
Game on.
time.
He did make mistakes yesterday. But I'm seeing a lot less of that kind of thing today. It's not necessarily in the execution either. It's about the
121.
decision making.
Well, you mentioned what would be around about the standard succeeds here, and we said 17 darts per leg. That's exactly what Ronan's done for the first couple of legs of this particular contest.
125.
That equates to an average of 88.41. Twin that with the 40% he's got on his doubles so far. It has just been more than good enough to dislodge a Peter Ruri up to press.
100.
Who knows? We could even get more Irish players in our Champions Week in August. John O'Shea's already there. Shea McGurk's already there.
41.
Conor Heenahan could have got there on Saturday, but didn't.
Two chances this week with Ronan and Kieran Tian.
Yeah, he's looking for a sneaky
100.
third weekly title, isn't he? He's very much an unsung hero of the Modus Super Series as Kieran Tian. We've talked about people with less
100.
than 2 weekly titles more glowingly than the tall lad from Cork.
But I think that's the story of Kieran, and obviously we've spent enough time in his company. He's
81.
quite a quiet, laid-back, understated figure, and because he's not a loud, brash player that lets everything out, sometimes he does go under the radar as a result. But he's a quality operator,
61.
and look,
Ronan,
he's had
you
a tour card, he's
require
played at World
99.
Championships, he knows how to play this game.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for Kieran to go under the radar, considering he's about 6.5 foot tall. But double 10 will be 3-0.
89.
Peter is losing touch in this game and in the table.
43. Ronan, you require 10.
If Peter were to win this game
Game's
from
on the third
3-0
leg,
down,
Ronan McDonald.
he would be on the same points as Manby and McDonough. But at this stage, you've got to fancy
Fourth
the
leg,
Irishman's
it's Peter
chances
to throw first.
of
Game on.
solidifying 12 points with 3 games to go.
$85.
Here's a question for you, Henry. We know that Peter Ruri obviously plays a lot of darts in Kenya with the African Darts Group. He's played here quite a lot this year.
100.
What's his next move? Is it playing in some tournaments outside Africa? maybe playing some stuff in another part of the world
81.
to get some other experience.
It's definitely an easier said than done thing, what we're saying, because the practicalities of it is very, very difficult. And we've seen players in the past, in this tournament, have to withdraw due to visa issues. Johan Geldenhuys had to withdraw from the Global Championship because of visa issues, which opened up the door for Devon Peterson to go on and win it.
140.
So it's a difficult thing for players in that part of the world because A, the financial support isn't quite there. B, they've got a lot of hurdles to jump and a lot of hoops to get over to get themselves into these positions. But if he can, I definitely think somebody of Peter's ability is to perhaps be more competitive on the global stage. But it's so easier said than done because the opportunity's got to be there, the expenditure's got to be there, and that's not an easy thing to do. You see players in the UK struggle with it. I dread to think how difficult it must be for players in Kenya.
82.
Well, one thing he says, there are direct flights from Nairobi to London. Not necessarily the case for some other people. This has got to go in.
14.
And because it doesn't, McDonald could be stretching
54.
his lead from third position.
Could begin to argue he's beginning to get a bit of a stranglehold of that third place now. This for the match and for a 4-0 win.
Game shot.
Comprehensive. Really good
Ronan
display
McDonald.
that from Ronan McDonald. An average of 16 darts per leg, 93.94 the average. And he really is beginning to show that quality. The first time he was here. He's getting better as the week goes along. And he was saying this morning that this is a long cool tournament. And if this is him beginning to peak, he's going to be a dangerous commodity. He's beating Peter Venturi impressively there by 4-0. Next up, Duff and Manby.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonald.
He's gone for it, and he's got it.
This is your moment. 3 defeats in seniors finals.
This was his time.
Yeah, Seniors Darts is coming to Pluto TV for the first time in June 2025. The Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions event will be broadcast live here on Sunday, June the 29th. Tickets are still available for it by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. There's a VIP special package which will give you a Q&A with stars of darts. You'll get a picture taken with your trophy and you'll get the best seats in the house. And you never know, you might get a selfie with some of the behind-the-scenes stars here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, although they do charge a fairly hefty fee. But to game number 5 of the session, it is a meeting between Charlie Manby and Neil Duff. For Neil, he could move level on points with Adam Gavlas at the top of the group. Whereas Charlie Manby, if he loses this game, it looks set that Group C is going to be his likely destination come Thursday and Friday. And the first thing to mention here is Neil Duff has gone back to Old Faithful.
Well, there you go. 11 o'clock on Wednesday. It has taken 11 games
85
for Neil to change. And maybe that game with Ivan Springbok Pollson was the last straw. It was a game that he won, but only just.
60.
And I don't know about you, Henry, but I think that game typified Neil Duff's week. Finishing 50% average, mid-80s, in a game he could have lost. So he is genuinely holding on by his fingertips here this week. It's going to be fascinating to see if these darts are used for the rest of the day and how well they do.
He's definitely squeezing the lemon for all it's worth, isn't he, Neil Duff, this week? He'll probably say that he's played better in Group A scenarios, yet been further away from the lead. That's the way things have gone, but credit goes where credit's due. And he'll be the first to admit his level of performances that have been at times a bit up and down. Monday, as I say, it was absolutely perfect. Tuesday, just a bit below. But I think the alarm bells began to ring a little bit in that match against Ivan Pollson, which is why he's gone with that equipment change. His first to finish here. He's got 6 darts on 141 to take the opening leg on throw. Not to be this time.
130.
What's going to be really fascinating to see is how he plays with these darts compared to the other ones.
85.
In the scoring department.
11.
Because the doubles have been fine with the other ones.
7. Charlie require 90.
Maybe this is a set where the scoring all goes to show and then the doubling doesn't. Maybe it needs 2 sets. Who knows? Bullseye for Manby. Bullseye for Manby.
Charlie Manby.
And that's a pincher. And for Duff, that's a sickener.
Second leg. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
It might be a sickener for Duff, but that's a real confidence boost for Manby. 2 very solid 20s and a plumb bullseye. I don't care how much experience you've got. They feel
95.
Sweet. I've been looking at this throw all week long.
123.
I'm fascinated by it. Because the right elbow of Charlie Manby is slightly on the inside towards the right ribs.
140.
When he brings the dart back, that white flight curls towards his right ear.
58.
And then when he throws, it comes back into line. It's almost like the dart has got a whip on it.
$140.
I'm convinced that Duff scores better with these darts, but the evidence suggests that he would double better with the other ones.
126.
Still not seen the day where somebody uses one set for scoring and one set for finishing. Maybe we'll put that right here if he finds the ball for the 126.
Charlie require 99.
They have 2 cues in pool, don't they? Oh, not another sickener.
59. Neil, you require.
You can tell what he's done
25.
wrong there. He's missed the marker. He should have gone straight underneath the first one.
$17.
How close were
Charlie
they?
require 40.
Well, you did need us to tell you what Neil Duff was thinking there as Manby looks
Game
at tops,
on the
gets the
second
tops,
leg,
and leads
Charlie
2-0. And I think at this present moment in time, Neil Duff will probably call Charlie Manby Captain Sick Bucket
Third
because
leg,
he's given him a
Neil
couple
to
of
throw
sickeners
first.
here.
Game on.
If that's his darting nickname for the rest of his career, he's going to be blaming you for years.
59.
John McDonald now welcomes to the stage Captain Sick Bucket.
I need to give up on this whole nickname thing, don't I?
Well, maybe Manby's got a bit of a score to settle with Duff because for some reason this week, Manby seems to be finding everything he needs against Neil. They don't
100.
have any history that I'm aware of.
Well, we said yesterday that these two play the game in a way which just...
41.
It's just conducive to good darts, isn't it? They both go at a fair rate, a fair pace. And the game yesterday was absolutely electric. Manby won it 4-3, 2 tub plus checkouts. He has hit Neil Duff this week twice in 2 games where it hurts, it feels right now.
Well, I'd like to weigh in here. I think, based on some evidence that we have, Manby is very, very comfortable playing someone of pace. He's beaten Duff twice. He has lost to Gavlas
100.
twice. I don't think he likes playing slower players. And where else do we get our information?
81.
He's 2-1 down to Ronan McDonald. That doesn't tell us much. He's 1-1 with Peter Wachuri. That doesn't tell us much.
140.
But I'm convinced he looks more comfortable when the game is a bit of a rattler.
79. Neil, you require 47.
Which isn't uncommon for a player of his age, as Duff looks at
Edge
tops,
on
gets
the
the
third
tops,
leg,
and
Neil Duff.
reduces the gap back down to 2-1. Although Manby did get the break in the opening leg, and this is
Full
the
flag.
time where he
It's
really
Charlie
needs to
throw
cash
first.
that in to re-establish
Game
the 2-leg lead and to really put Duff under it.
Is that your way of saying that
60.
11:08 on a Wednesday is the time for Lisa Stansfield? Because this is the right time to believe in darts.
140.
Well, Neil Duff's definitely been around the world.
He's found his baby.
108.
And Manby's found everything there. Well, that's another Lisa Stansfield track, that shot.
125.
Oh, those darts were in all the right places. I know way too much about that lady from Rochdale.
Such as knowing where she lives.
She's the most famous person ever to come from Rochdale.
94.
Well, Duff leaves himself for the finish, but Manby can leave it more handy if he can pick apart a couple of trebles. One will leave himself on a handy out.
57.
But his
Now you
advantage,
require
Duff, is turned the throw over in
142.
this 4th leg. Well, hope for 6 starts at 142, but Manby's already found a 156. They had 6
55.
ton plus checkouts
Charlie, you require 144.
on Tuesday, and if he finds this, he's 2 clear, needing just 1 more to win.
Why does it feel like when he's on numbers like that, he could
96.
potentially take it out?
Now we require 87.
It's a nice weapon to have.
Well, to quote Wayne Marder, it just looks so likely as Duff looks at the bull.
41.
That target
Charlie,
is not giving him
require
any joy
48.
right now. And Charlie Manby can step in. Double 60, he's got a nice guide.
Okay.
How has he hit
On the
that?
4th flag, Charlie Manby.
He didn't even move.
5th flag, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
That has got me aghast, that shot. That was an incredible double 16.
It's not the first time he's had one of them this week either.
100.
He's had a couple of darts you think probably he's going to find a way through, but has managed to. And as you say, without any pause, without any hesitation.
140.
Yeah, there's a lot to admire about Charlie. The way he plays this game, he's still got a lot to learn, but that's a good thing. He's only 19.
100.
I think in this sport, and in sport in general, you think about Ethan Waneri from Arsenal and Miles Lewis-Skelly and lots
91.
of great young footballers. They are put under so much pressure under the age of 20. They're expected to be world class and to be able to hold everything together before they can actually go to Vegas and have a game of blackjack.
140.
Let them learn. Let them figure it out. Let them get advice. That's what we should allow them to do. And Manby, with a bit of a greenhorn nature in this sport,
139. Charlie,
is on the
require
verge of beating
130.
a world champion 3 times in 3 days.
And why does this feel likely? When it wasn't likely in the end, and so Duff will come
48.
back for
Now
62
we
to
require
extend the game
62.
furthermore.
It's a different route this time.
22.
And that could be curtains.
Charlie, require
Manby
82.
would love a bullseye to start this combo. Or to end it.
32.
Has that happened again? I'm not quite sure where that actually ended up. Well, it ended up
we
next to Jack
require
Garwood's lead, but I
40.
don't know where that dart target-wise would have ended up. It looked like it was, if not in the ball, very close.
No score.
Oh my.
Charlie, require
Well, Manby's not going to
50.
go for the bull again, of course. It is going to be double 16 again.
Game shot.
And once again, he finds it from an awkward
Charlie
angle, and he puts Neil Duff in an awkward situation. You can see the puff of the cheeks of the Duff man there, because he knows an opportunity to win this group may have just slipped from his grasp. If he won that game, it would have been level on points, but he's allowed and Gavlas the opportunity to move 4 points clear with 6 left to play for. He takes on even Pollson after the break.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Charlie Manby get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. So it now presents an opportunity for Adam Gavlas to move 4 points clear at the top of this Group A with just 6 points left to play for. Victory here against the cellar dweller Even Pollson would mean that he would streak clear, and it would take some streak elsewhere to deny him and to defy him. It basically means if he wins this game, he'd pretty much have to lose every game. Neil Duff would pretty much have to win every game for roles to reverse. And the way that Adam's playing now, a little bit like Monday, he had a slow start in terms of his opening performance. He struggled to get past Even Pollson on Monday 4-2. Struggled to get past Peter Ruri by that scoreline. But what we did see on Monday following that sluggish beginning was him then really begin to kick on, begin to push on. And I just wonder whether, particularly because of results elsewhere going in his favour, whether we could see something similar here.
Yes, potentially. But much in the same vein as Charlie Manby, Adam's only 23. But he's got a ridiculous amount of experience for someone of that age. You think about the amount of experience that Wayne Rooney had at the age of 23. It's
45.
Pretty similar in a darting sense. I know that Gavlas has a best run in a PDC event of a semi-final, but he's never played here before. So far, so good, and everything is going his way.
81.
He will very much recognise what is happening here. He's seeing the door open to Saturday night, but he's got to close it.
84.
When you put everything together, and I know he's made the semi-finals of the UK Open, so this might be a little bit of a harsh question to ask. But has Adam Gavlas underachieved a little bit in his career?
It's not a harsh question to ask because he has underachieved.
100.
I have 2 hats when it comes to Adam. One, he's only 23 and his best darts are ahead of him. However, with the last 6 years
Adam, you require 86.
accumulatively, there are results and there are statistics that prove that he has underachieved. And I will prove that in leg 2.
$64 remaining.
38. $100. Adam, you require 48.
It's pretty hard to figure out whether he is a tops guy or a 16s guy because he's been pretty good at both at times this week. He's got the choice, and the choice is the 16s. There's nothing wrong with that.
Adam Gavlas.
Nice defence of his throw in leg one. Now, here is a statistic for you to prove the statement from leg one.
Game on.
He is an underachiever. However, I think we can
81.
localise that underachievement to the floor. You look at the stages that he's played on. He's made the semi-finals at Minehead. Not everybody's done that. That is a really good achievement. On the European Tour, he's made 2 final sessions. One was at the Hungarian
59.
Darts Trophy in 2021, the first Hungarian Darts Trophy at the Pap Laszlo Arena, which was brilliant, won by Gezi Price.
44.
But at the Czech Darts Open the following year, he would make the quarterfinals there. That is one of the biggest tournaments he's ever played in. But the point about underachievement, I think he struggles on the floor at the pro level. This is discounting Challenge Tour and Development Tour statistics. In 117 Players' Championship events in his career, he's made the last 16 3 times. Only 3.
91.
So less than 3% of the time does he make the last 16. And never making a quarter-final. That is an underachievement.
But as you mentioned with the likes of Bradley Brooks and Connor Scott,
96.
is he the type of player that if he was to get back on tour would be a better version of himself because he had the first experience and he's been able just to come back for a year and reassess where he's at?
Well, let's divulge into this because I think he could be one of 2 players. He could be a Scott who goes immediately back and benefits from this after a year. Or he's a Ted Everts who sits at this level just a little longer
84.
to figure out where it goes.
145.
Time will tell.
And I don't think we're going to see Ted Everts here next year in the nicest way
59.
possible.
Adam,
I think he's heading one way and that's back to the tour.
1, I agree with you. 2, I don't want him to go back because I want some more chocolates.
Get him in for some guest commentary. For no other reason but for chocolate. Anyway, this could be sweet. But he's not going to get a look at the ball, and so Pollson...
83.
But he may just get a dart at that particular target at the back end of the 86, but a chance to level up.
That shot from Gavlas was the one chocolate that nobody wants.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it had a bit of a bitter ending.
And that was a bit like an error. Had a bit of a pop about
Third leg,
it.
It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And by the way, Ted Everts is an incredible cook. What he made us a few weeks ago when he played here last time was
140.
Absolutely immense.
What did he make?
The Prosecco truffle things that you wanted.
Oh, yeah, the white chocolate and... Oh, yeah.
They were good.
You might as well take over, Henry. I need a moment.
Ted, wait. I hope you're not watching because you got a Pro Tour to prepare for. So don't be watching.
Yeah, he's got 90 minutes before Tour the Hockey.
But if somebody that knows Ted is watching, please do tell
31.
Ted next time he's here, we want some more of the Prosecco-y, truffle-y things.
$99.
If he was going to make a living from them, that wouldn't be the worst name in the world. New from Ted Everts. Prosecco truffle-y things.
$81.
I just wonder if the action of Ivan Springborg Pollson is just starting to break down a little bit. It looked very smooth on Monday, but the 63-year-old, he's starting to snatch that dart with the shoulder a lot more the last day and a bit. Is it a grip thing because he's going back to the table to apply something else to the fingers?
140.
This visit might tell us. That was a bit smoother. So maybe he's having a bit of trouble with the grip aspect and maybe the heat.
And it is very warm on the stage. Very warm this week. It's actually one of the things Adam Gavlas was talking about, the heat in Portsmouth over the last few days or so. But is this beginning to heat up? Well, it's a slow start to the contest, but then all of a sudden Gavlas has pulled out a 109 to take a 2-1 lead to move himself halfway there.
Full flag. It's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
I am surprised to hear from Adam this morning that he finds it very hot in Portsmouth. Because we've spoken with Jamie Hughes recently about his Czech Darts Open success in 2019. Anybody who was at the PVA Expo in Prague knows just how warm that was. On the stage, it was more than 50 degrees Celsius.
108!
This is nothing compared to that. And Czechia gets really hot in the summer.
81.
This is what people don't know. You go to places like Slovakia, Czechia, Hungary. That part of the world in the summer is as hot as California.
Talk about hotting up. He's suddenly found a burst at Adam Gavlas, and he's 6 into the 9.
100. Adam, you require 141.
Show us, Adam. Instead of a 9-darter, he's showing us a poisoned apple.
43.
Well, I can't Adam and Eve it. He hasn't hit the 9.
I tell you what, he might be in a bit of trouble here because Springborg's found a second treble.
Adam, you require 98.
He was on a 9-dart of his previous turn, but he may lose a leg if he doesn't take out this 98. There's no guarantee he gets a dart at anything here.
That is a beautiful dart. Double 12. That is a sensational leg of darts from Gavlas. He was on for the 9. He didn't get it. He didn't break.
Fifth flag. It's Adam to throw first.
As far as his patience was concerned, he could have gone treble 20 double 9 on the 78. He didn't. He had 2 perfect shots in the locker for 3-1. That is stunning.
Such a cool customer. Such a cool customer.
96.
And he is the type that it seems not a lot phases him, Adam Gavlas. Whereas on the other side of the coin, even, well, we managed to have a little chat with him in the corridor this morning.
55.
And he was just speaking so positively, how he was enjoying this experience, how much he said, my favourite line, what he said was, "I'm old, but I'm new." And he's just relishing every single bit of this.
I think it's very much a Scandinavian
85.
mindset. Let's face it, this guy does not look 63. He looks fabulous for 63. And if there's one thing we've learned from Paul Lim, is that even when you get into your 70s, you can still be very, very competitive. As long as you've got the right mindset. One of enjoyment and waking up wanting to play.
$121.
I think we need more positive players like Ivan. I'm going to have to go to one of those Nordic and Baltic weekends just to sample one. I've never been to one. I'll probably pick the one in Iceland. But I'd be fascinated to see what they're like.
Let me know. We'll put the tickets together. Me and you in Iceland. Geezers on tour.
I know the venue. I've been to the venue when I went to Iceland last summer.
139.
It's one of the most impressive venues I've ever seen. Over 30 boards on multiple levels.
45.
And a food menu that has dart
60.
players named pizzas.
Was this going to be a pizza cake here for Adam Gavlas as he looks for tops to complete a 4-1 win? But he's not going to put the cherry on top.
Do you put cherries on pizzas?
Cherry on top of the icing, on top of the cake. Peter Brackley's famous line.
Adam, you require 40.
Tots to win it. And this would make him the table topper by a 4-point margin. Double 10.
Game shot.
And there it is. Adam Gavlas has a 4-point lead at the top of Group 8. He is beaten even Springborg Pollson by 4 legs to 1. And with 6 points left to play for, that very talented young man from Czechia is very much on the cusp of winning on his debut. There's a real power-packed surge in the middle of the match, the 15 and the 12, which really took the game away from the Great Dane. Coming up after the break, Ronan McDonald takes on Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have completed 6 games on this Wednesday morning, and before the break we saw Adam Gavlas get a vice-like grip of this Group A 4-1 win against even springboard Pollson means that he is now 4 points clear of Neil Duff with 6 points left to play for. This is how the table looks. Gavlas on 20 points, Duff on 16. McDonald and Manby, well, they're in a bit of a race, aren't they, now for a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. And Ronan McDonald can pretty much end the hopes of Neil Duff winning this group. Now, if Neil wins his final 3 games, then he would find himself in a position where him and Adam Gavlas, as a worst case scenario, would be level on 22 points. But the big thing that he's going to have to do is, within that run, is going to have to find a big win from somewhere. And maybe that big win comes against Ronan McDonald. But beware what he's doing today, because Ronan so far has played some tidy stuff. 2 wins from 2 decent performances, 86.82, shall I say, in a 4-3 win against Charlie Manby in the opening game of the day, 4 from 9 on his doubles. And then he bettered that against Peter Ruri last time out. A 4-0 win for Ronan in that one. Average of 93.94. 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing. Playing some really tidy stuff. Whilst for Neil Duff, we've seen the change of equipment, and you can just begin to get the sense that, particularly towards the end of that last game against Charlie Manby, that a little bit of frustration was beginning to creep in.
There were definitely signs of that, Henry. He is persevering with set number 2 this week.
100.
Here at the start of this McDonald game. But it is very simple in round number 3. If Duff loses again and Gavlas wins again, the check ace will have checkmate.
He will be through to Saturday. And he will have a couple of days off, a couple of days where he won't be playing before we see him again for Saturday's showpiece finale. Now, Neil Duff, this is one of 2 trips to Portsmouth for him this week. Or at least the next couple of weeks anyway. Plays here in week 6, and then next Sunday he'll be back down for the Champion of Champions. And just a reminder, if you didn't hear earlier on this morning, the draw will take place on this programme on Saturday night from 7:30. We get the coverage underway. The draw would take place in the middle of the broadcast. Myself, Paul Nicholson and Devon Peterson will be drawing the balls out the hat.
Yeah, it is this time of year where British sport usually hears this very, very famous phrase.
60.
New balls,
you
please.
Require 160.
We've got some new balls. They've got numbers on.
Yeah, Queen's got underway. I saw Jack Draper look very good in his opening match. Carlos Alcaraz with a decent win. I'll tell you who could be a decent player to watch out for at Wimbledon.
45.
Taylor Fritz is hitting a bit of form
you
again.
Require 100.
Big fan of Taylor's.
Still talking about Fritz, are we?
80. Now you require 151.
Duff 151.
1 down. 2 down. Oh, that's really close.
Ronan, you require 20.
Oh, that could have changed the game even in the first leg. That could have given him a jolt that he needs. But McDonald is getting so many opportunities today. He's feeling like he's opening doors like Uri Geller. He doesn't even need to touch the doorknob at the minute.
Game on.
Effectively, what's happened the first 2 days is kind of counteracting itself on Wednesday for Ronan McDonald up to press.
Yeah, I think on Monday he was cutting the figure of someone who would run into an army of black cats. And today, it's as if that army of black cats are wearing Ronan McDonald dart shirts.
100.
No surprise on Premier League fixture release day that you're thinking about the Black Cats.
What were you saying about Captain Sick Bucket?
100.
Is it 13th of December you play them at the Stadium of Light?
Yeah, it'll be a nice Christmas present when we give them 0 points.
100.
Got a feeling that game might be on the telly.
Perhaps.
215 live games this season.
140.
104 here this week.
61.
Each and every week. Plus some weeks we give you just that little bit extra.
Like a 9-dart shootout.
Ronan, you require 161.
And nobody can say that better than Neil Duff. Because it sounds better in a Northern Irish accent.
137. Neil, you require 62.
Why does he keep leaving 62? This is the third time today. He's gone three different ways.
Neil Duff.
And the third different way does yield a 62 checkout.
You know, you were talking about a couple of weeks ago we were working together, players that could do a handy job on the microphone. I could see Neil Duff sat in a booth like this.
Absolutely.
61.
I think there is a career for Neil in broadcasting when he doesn't want to play anymore. So in his vernacular, that would be a 62.
135.
It's a fabulous accent, isn't it? It's quintessential. And it is now a World Cup winning accent. That's the point. How many people from Northern Ireland can genuinely say that they have reached the pinnacle
45.
of their sport? Neil Duff can say that. Darryl Gurney and Josh Rock can say that as far as the World Cup is concerned. Rory McIlroy can.
70.
Graham McDowell.
Dennis Taylor.
Great point.
140.
But whenever you listen to Neil in interviews, obviously I interview a lot of players, you've interviewed a lot of players. I always feel I come out of those interviews and always take something away from me. He always gives us something of source, something of value. And he's very wised up in the game, isn't he, Mr. Duff?
Yeah, he's not just a hat rack.
$11.
Well done, Neil. You'd have to finish. That's about all I've got.
This would be typically Neil Duff. This would be typically Neil Duff to take this out.
This would be brilliant. Oh, Neil, that would have been so brilliant.
98. Ronan, you require 108.
As far as Neil's concerned, this wouldn't be. Ooh, treble 2 doesn't help him.
Well, this is a real tangible break opportunity now for Neil Duff. And Ronan McDonald will probably feel that this is an opportunity
68.
which has passed him by in this leg.
72.
And it could be an opportunity that could cost him dearly in this contest and cost him dearly in a race for a Group B place as Duff looks at tops
52.
just below.
Ronan, you
That
require
target has
40.
not been a friend to him so far today. And McDonald's going to come back for 3 more of that particular target to get his nose in front again. 3 legs
It's on the
played,
third
3 holes
leg.
of throw. It
Ronan
hasn't been
McDonald.
easier academic by any stretch of the imagination, but McDonald leads 2-1.
Full flag. It's Neil to throw first.
I
Game on.
mentioned Neil playing in that event next Sunday, which is live here on Pluto TV. The other players competing in that, Richie Howson as the reigning champion of champions, Martin Adams, Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett, Mervyn King,
108.
John Henderson, the reigning world seniors champion Ross Montgomery, Kevin Painter, Trina Gulliver, Raymond van Barneveld, and Simon
140.
Whitlock.
What are you up to, Neil?
140.
Duffman was on it. He's done a lot of things under this roof, but he hasn't done that yet. And it's going to have to wait.
And after Dart 5, he fancied the job, didn't he? It is quite literally the only thing he's not done in this building. Well, there's 2 things he ain't done in this building, quite literally. He had a 9-dart win a Champions Week. To think they're the only 2 things not on a hit list tells you how good a player Neil Duff is and how much he's achieved here.
60. Now we require 136.
I've got another point to make about that, actually. But the most important thing right now is that he equalises at 2-2.
96.
It's all about right now. What he's done before
105.
doesn't have a
Now we
massive
require
bearing
40.
on what is about to happen.
Game shot on the
Beautiful.
full flag.
14
Neil Duff.
darter, draws level, and he must break McDonald in the rest of this game. Otherwise,
Fifth flag.
he's
It's
going to be
Ronan
very
the row
close to
first.
not
Game
winning
on.
Group A. Now, if you'd walked up to Neil Duff
131.
at the Circus Tavern in 2019 at the World Masters, obviously won by John O'Shea, if you'd have listed the things that he's
83.
won from the moment he was eliminated from the tavern to now, and you'd say, right, that's what you're going to get in the next 6 years. Can you imagine him reading the list of titles and the kind of reaction that would have had?
140.
That would be like passing a Christmas toy list to any kid, saying you can have almost everything you could possibly want.
60.
And if we may look at that in real time, if we pass the list of weekly titles he's won here, he would have asked the question,
140.
what's the Modus Super Series? Because it hadn't even started.
Jared Cole's
100.
conservatory wasn't even thought of at that point.
That's probably the hottest hockey that's ever been played on in this tournament.
We had
36.
Jared Cole's conservatory, Keenan Kay's
Ronan, you
bedroom,
require 150.
Martin Adams' office,
Scott Marsh's garage.
and those beautiful green curtains. Is this going to be a beautiful finish? Yes,
Game
it
shot on the
is.
fifth
It's a
flag,
150 for
Ronan
Ronan McDonald to lead 3-2. Neil Duff showing respect to his opponent, but you could
Sixth
tell
flag,
inside
it's
that
Neil
hurt.
to throw first.
Yeah, it most
Game
definitely
on.
did. And you mentioned Boris Koltsov curtains. They were green. Maybe a slightly darker green than double 15.
45.
But do you know how much he averaged in a game once? Koltsov. He had the best at-home average
93.
in all the time that we did it from home during COVID. 116 against Mike Warburton, who lost with 110. What a game that was.
137.
But what a performance this has to be from Duff now. Otherwise, he will go back to the practice room
140.
knowing that if Gavlas beats Manby in Game 9, there will be 2 rounds left and we'll already have a Group A winner.
95.
Well, he's fighting back in this leg, Neil, but the problem he has, this is the one on throw in the last leg. If he get there,
58.
he's going to have to find a break.
That treble 20 was just as good as the 2 double 16s we saw from Charlie Manby earlier.
6.
Finding a bed
We require 124.
that you can see about a third of. What does he want to do? Does he want to go 14 bull? He doesn't want to leave McDonald on 150 again. That's why he's gone for the bull.
Game shot on the sixth
That is a
flag.
seriously
Neil Duff.
impressive shot, especially when he took time to think about what he was doing.
7th and final
That was
leg. It's
gutsy.
Ronan to throw
And
first.
that sums Neil
Game
Duff
on.
up in a nutshell. We go all the way to a last leg to side. A huge leg for both players for contrasting reasons. For Duff to keep any faint hopes of winning the group alive. For only if he wins this
42.
leg, then he takes control of the Group B mix.
Let me tell you something about Neil. If you get a bag of chestnuts at Christmas and you see a picture of Neil
100.
Duff in that bag and you think, oh, there's a tough nut to crack, a normal nutcracker's not going to do the job.
100.
That's where you need to reach for the claw hammer. Here he goes again. Back against the wall kind of player.
140.
If you were going to put a darts team together, you'd want Neil in your team. And you'd put him in near last. Because he'll get you your
140.
point.
Put him as captain as well, wouldn't you?
More than probably.
50.
And this is why he's one of the best players to have ever set foot in this building.
Oh, now I've got a challenge for you. By the end of the day, or maybe by the end of the round, I want your Super Series darts team of 6 players. Now, Duff is going to need to dodge match darts if he wants the points after all. And maybe not having the throw
41.
here is why he's going to lose this vital game.
Well, he hit back for another 150 of McDonald, but it may well be Ronan who has the last laugh here. Double 16 for the match and 6 darts for it. He's going to come back for 3 more. Duff can only apply pressure and hope that there's more mishaps for McDonald. Treble 17 to be the location for dart 3, finds the treble 17. And all of a sudden, all the pressure in the world is on this 32.
Oh, 16. What a chance for Duff this is. He thought this was all over.
32.
It isn't now, but it might be.
Game shot.
Well, that game sums up the courageous qualities of Neil Duff. His back was firmly against the wall. He looked as if he was beaten by Ronan McDonald, who missed a couple of visits worth of darts to get it won himself. But never did he think he was out of it. Never did he give in. And he has persevered towards what could be a priceless 4-3 win. Coming up after the break, Peter Ruri against Evan Pollson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Pollson. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Pollson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Ronan McDonald by 4 legs to 3. So we have reached the halfway point of the session here on this Wednesday afternoon, and game number 8 is a meeting between Peter Ruri and even Springboard Pollson. These are the bottom 2 players in this Group A going head-to-head. Pollson with 4 points to his name, Ruri with 8. And so Peter, with a win here, can move himself onto double digits in terms of points ahead of the meeting between Charlie Manby and Adam Gavlas in game number 9. So Ruri to get us underway. And if Peter can win this game, then one thing is guaranteed. Pollson will be bottom of the pile come the end of play today.
We do know that Ivan is going to be playing in Group C over the next couple of days, so the pressure has been removed from his final 3 matches. However, Peter Ruri has still got a chance of making his way into Group B. He's going to have to beat Ivan here. He's going to have to beat Neil Duff in Game 10. And he's going to have to beat Charlie Manby in Game 14. He might need a couple of other results to go his way also. But when he was in this format making the final in the previous series, he went through Group C, didn't he? So if he goes that route again, I don't think he's going to be feeling too downhearted.
44.
If anything, I think he's played better in this group than his last time in Group A.
Definitely been improvements for him, that is for sure, over the course of the 2.5 days that we've seen. And I suppose that's going to be natural. The more he plays in this type of environment, the more that he's constantly playing players that are going to challenge him game in, game out. It's only going to improve his game. And it was something that Simon Adams mentioned when he was playing down here a couple of times, that there's good players in Africa, but to improve the standard altogether, players like him, players like Peter, players like Devon need to play at this level and then take those learnings back home to improve the standard across the board. And I suppose we'll get to a point when the calendar's close to being released as to whether there'll be a World Series event in Africa, because I know there's been 1 or 2 people that have been clamoring for it, including the world #1 Luke Humphreys.
Double top.
Game shot on the first
leg.
That
is very tidy. A little bit more of that. And the king,
second
or should we say one of them, because there have been many
Game
kings within this sport, will be very much thinking that Group B is not out of his reach just yet.
84.
Okay, let's poke at that bear, shall we? Because we live in an era of African darts that isn't just South Africa.
46.
If you're going to have a World Series event,
41.
Where could it be? Now, I've got my Matthew Porter hat on. I'm thinking infrastructure. I'm thinking transport links. I'm thinking what
85.
kind of crowd are we going to attract? Not just from the local area, but obviously people who would like to travel to said event. Now, you take the example of
59.
Wollongong, for instance, or you take Auckland, which is going to be happening in 2 months. Auckland gathers everyone from New Zealand and people from Australia because it's only a 3-hour flight.
83.
So where do we look at for Africa? Are we thinking Kenya? Are we thinking Nairobi?
100.
Or is South Africa a safe bet?
I think for the first one to get it off the ground, I can't see it being anywhere else other than South Africa. Just to get the project started, to get things moving.
134.
But I certainly feel if it is a success over time, places like Kenya, places like Nairobi, if it's got the right infrastructure in place to host an event of that caliber, will be considered. But if it's going to happen, I think it's fairly safe to say that South Africa will be the first country they play that tournament in.
I have to agree with that.
But I do think it is about time and overdue, because you look at that region, it looks like it's bursting at the seams to really go.
Oh, that was so close. For the man from Denmark, who
81.
has already
require
played
85.
in a World Series event in his home country of Denmark.
Game shot on the second leg. Peter Washiri.
That was different. There are
Third leg,
times
it's
when
Peter to the
commentators
reverse.
just don't know what to
Game on.
say. And this guy has just found 78 points with a double 15.
140.
And apparently, for Christmas, somebody got him a How to Win Darts Legs by Luke Littler. That's right. Leave double 15 at every possible corner.
Well, in the previous game, we were putting together our Super Series Super 6 team.
60.
I've got mine. I believe you've got yours.
I have. But before we get on to that, if we're going to have the same amount of World
57.
Series events, but some of them change location, you've got to keep New Zealand, and you've got to keep it in Auckland. It's amazing. Wollongong? Question mark.
82.
Definitely an Australian one. I'm going to be really honest now. Get rid of the Dutch one. I don't see the point of it.
140.
Why are you trying to grow a sport in one of the biggest darting nations in the world? That event, for me, doesn't grow the sport.
29.
It is more like a curtain raiser to the season alongside Bahrain, because I think Bahrain serves a purpose. We need to have some presence in the Middle East.
53.
Get rid of the Dutch one, put one in Africa. That's what I would do if it was up to me, but it's not.
Yeah, I think a second event in Holland, I think would be better suited to the European Tour, in my opinion. 2 events in Holland, I feel,
43.
for a country like that is about right. There's 2 now in Belgium. And I know they're looking to move away from it being a German-centric tour. I think another one in the Netherlands would be a good way of going about it.
147.
I love that dart, and so does he. He loves that one as well. Oh, and that
shot on
one!
the third leg. Peter Washiri.
He's a finishing machine! And so many different
Fourth
ways!
leg. It's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
This is wizardry from Wachuri.
Well, that's his second tub plus checkout of the game. And have a look at that for symmetry. 18, 18, 18 his leg so far.
Fantastic. Say what you like about Peter Wachuri. He's very entertaining to watch.
Which is why he gets the clicks on YouTube. And, of course, here on Pluto TV.
Come on, then. Your Super Series pub team. 6 players and someone who does the marking, who is the substitute.
So, the rules of this are the players have to be eligible to play in this. So, tour card holders that have played here in the past are ineligible.
140.
You're running out of time, Henry.
So, the 6 I would pick: Neil Duff, Bo Greaves, Ted Evans, Mervyn King,
36.
Steve West,
Ivan,
and
you
Shane
require
McGurk.
161.
Good squad, that. Who's your substitute?
Hendo.
170.
It's a very harsh substitute call, I know.
Oh, I didn't even think of Hendo. I'm going to have to change my list now. You'll get it in the next match.
No, that's not allowed.
Yeah, fair enough.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, we've got
Ivan
another leg in
Springbok
this one
Pollson.
because Springbok Pollson has just gone loco in Acapulco.
Fifth leg. It's
Yeah, you're not going to get that kind of
game on.
reasoning in any other sport, apart from maybe Wayne Riley in golf, who is a very loquacious and interesting individual with a very nicely rimmed hat.
41.
Yeah, who's the Wayne Riley of darts? A sort of on-screen reporter with their own look.
43.
It'd have to be Abby Davis, wouldn't it?
Has to be Abby.
Yeah, my team would be Darius Labanauskas.
Oh, good shout.
Captain Duff.
123.
Steve West. Scott Taylor. I just think he's the kind of person you want to put in the middle.
Yep.
44.
Andreas Harrison. Bo Greaves. And Rhys Robinson on the bench. Just for a bit of extra spice.
I'll tell you something
55.
that neither of us have mentioned, but our scalper in our ear is just mentioned, and this is a very good suggestion from him. Derek Coulson.
140.
That is a tremendous idea. I'm a massive admirer of Derek. I think he's a tremendous player.
95.
Full props goes to Harvey, our scalper, for that suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the kind of person you want in your team,
98.
and he's the kind of person you don't want the other team playing for.
He's like that midfield general that you hate playing against, but you love playing for you.
137.
Like Steve Stone.
Oh, he was a great player for us. Oof. Managed us as well in the Premiership.
Come on, Peter.
140.
You haven't missed a
BT
double.
require 50.
Finish on the bull if you dare. He doesn't dare. And he does miss a double.
30.
Oh, he's missed a couple, and he's allowed springboard back
require
in.
36.
3-0 upwards with Ruri. But now it's back to
on the fifth
3-2.
leg. Ivan
And
Springboard
now
Pollson.
we're back to throw. Well, Peter Ruri,
flag,
despite
it's
all
Ivan
that,
to
is
the
still
right
trying to
first.
find the funny side of it
Game
all.
on.
This is not funny.
97.
You ask anybody who has been 3-0 up and lost 4-3, it is far from funny. And it's more likely to go 3-3 here than 4-2 with
85.
Ruri's way.
Although I do think in my squad I'd have a non-playing captain of Scott Mitchell.
55.
Because I can imagine he has a team talk that brings tears to the eyes.
I'm amazed that neither of us picked Jimmy Van Ski.
Oh, can you imagine what he
41.
would be like for team morale? Only problem is the team might not turn up if we get Jimmy in charge of the squad social. That's the only problem.
He'd bring fans.
God,
108.
not half.
And Springbok Pollson brings the heat. Yeah, that is a really hard
100.
selection to make in retrospect, isn't it? There are so many people you could pick.
Well, we not even included the World Seniors Champion in there.
40.
I immediately went to weekly winners and series winners.
You didn't even put Tom Sykes in, did you?
Ivan, you require 129.
I didn't.
Well, this for 3-3, and he's got plenty of time on his side. May only need the 3 darts.
117.
He's going to come back for double sixes, Pollson.
He is not giving up. There's only one way he can get to double digits in points in this table by the end of the day, and that is to
Ivan,
win
you
his last
require
3
12.
games. He's won that leg, and we're going the distance after Wachuri was 3-0 up and having not missed a double.
Well, we saw Neil Duff come back from 3-0 down to win 4-3 against Ronan McDonald yesterday, and we're going to see something similar here from Springborg.
$100.
He's causing the Kenyan all sorts of trouble now.
We said it on Monday, streaky, isn't he, Pollson?
Yep, like Danish bacon.
100.
Don't talk to me about bacon.
$125.
Reminds me of the time that Rob Malarkey told me that there's only one person in world darts who has their own Lego figure.
43.
That's Peter Snakebite Wright. That was in Denmark.
Although Shane McGurk's got a branded toy.
43.
Yeah, with a very good view a couple of weeks ago. But Shane McGurk hasn't got his own Lego toy.
No, not quite like Rafty Coxey.
99.
Oh, what has Wachuri done there? Why are you scoring 99 to leave 159?
49. 85.
Yeah, nothing beats Rafty Coxey.
Ivan, you require 144.
If we can think of an AI image better than that this week, we'll have won. But Wachuri will win this game
100.
if he takes
PC
74
requires
again.
74.
He's taking this out today in 3 darts.
64.
But he's not going to repeat the trick again,
Ivan,
and
you
so
require
Pollson, who trailed
44.
3-0 in this contest, is going to get 2 darts to win it. And them 2 darts will be at double top.
Good
He only
shot,
needs
and
the
the
one of them.
match. Ivan
And he will
Springboard
complete
Pollson.
the comeback win. From 3 down, he wins in the last leg decider. A warm embrace between the pair at the end of that one. And for Ivan Pollson, it means that still there's an opportunity of him finishing 5th in this group. And so Peter Wachuri, that's a defeat that's going to sting. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Charlie Manby up against Adam Gavlas.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we can reveal the next nation in international pairs. It's going to be Germany. The players will be revealed this Saturday, as well as the draw for the Champion of Champions live here on Pluto TV. So that's international pairs. That will take place at the end of August. But we're heading into game number 9 of the session. At the back of the arena, you can see me right at the back. Hi, everybody. Hi, hi, hi. Anyway, let's get on to Adam Gavlas against Charlie Manby. It's game number 9 of the session here. It's been a long day, Nico. It's been a long week. Before the break, we saw even Pollson get the better of Peter Ruri by 4 legs to 3. Let's get into Gavlas and Manby then before we completely lose the plot.
Well, who thought that Charles and Camilla going to Royal Ascot to support their horse yesterday was yielding the wave of the week?
First leg,
because that's just been done by Henry
first.
Deakin at the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth.
Game on.
So the week has already peaked. But Neil Duff beating Ronan McDonald in Game 7 means that if Gavlas wins this game,
140.
it won't guarantee his Saturday invitation just yet. So it's a stay of execution for Neil Duff. Gavlas would love, however, a 3rd victory against Charlie this week. Like we were saying earlier, Henry, I am convinced that Manby is not a fan of playing the game at this pace.
We'll be interested to see how he equips with this one.
140.
And I also just wonder whether somebody might drop on him putting out a bit of a stutter at some point today as well, because I get the sense towards the end of that game, I know he beat Neil Duff 4-1, but I was just beginning to get the feeling that he was getting a bit frustrated with things. And I just wonder whether at some point he's going to channel that to good use and somebody's going to be on the receiving end of it.
Now, I just want you to keep your eyes on Charlie when he's not throwing here. He's trying to burn seconds by doing little things at a time to keep his mind occupied. He's walking slower all of a sudden.
6.
And if you do that
Charlie require 130.
when you're playing someone who's a bit slower, that is a good tactic. Everything becomes a bit more deliberate and conscious.
58. Adam, you require
You keep your mind occupied easier. Possible 12 darter. Now a possible 14 for Manby.
130.
He would love to shut the door on Gavlas here.
Charlie requires 72.
So 72 for Manby to take the opening leg, and he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at double 12. Only needs one 14 darts. A really good start from Charlie Manby. And well, Neil Duff is hoping that he can inflict upon Adam what
it's Adam to the
he inflicted upon him a couple of matches ago.
Well, just imagine if Charlie does get his first victory against Gavlas this week in this match. That puts a great deal
96.
on to round 4, where Duff plays with Ruri next. And Gavlas has got Ronan McDonald, who's having a pretty decent day.
140.
Even though he lost that last leg decider to Duff in Game 7, he didn't play bad at all. This is not a done deal for the Czech player.
You look at the games he's got left. There are tricky ones everywhere you look. Obviously, Charlie Manby here. You've got Ronan McDonald, who's a different beast, different animal today. And then Neil Duff to end 2. He'll be hoping that because of things that have happened around him and because of his wins, he'd be hoping that's effectively a straight shootout to go on and win the group, which has a knockout pressure to it.
If you've got Duff against Gavlas in Game 13 as a shootout to win the group, who are you backing? And that's based on where we are right now, not based on what we could potentially see in the next round.
100.
I'm more on the side of Duff right now, but my answer could change.
Form right now would suggest
44.
Gavlas, but experience would suggest Duff.
Yep, that's fair. Now look at Manby again, doing a Taylor. Getting a little bit hungry on the flights. He
44.
really doesn't like this pace. A patience is not something we attribute to Gen Z
60.
because of the way things are these days. Everything is readily available. If you want information, you pick up your smart device, you put it into a search engine, you get an answer. Or even speak to that device, it will spit the answer back to you. My generation, Henry, used to go to the library. Look at the card catalogue and find the right
59.
book.
Charlie
Sometimes to get the right
required
answer, it would take
157.
days. You're going to need patience in this sport if you're going to survive.
125.
But that is
Adam, you
something that
require
can be learned.
140.
Well, Manby sat on the cusp of a 2-0 lead and break it through unless Adam Gavlas has got an intervention to it. Is the 140 going to be the intervention? Couldn't quite find the second triple, so Manby's back free and hand at 32 to double his lead.
Charlie required 32. Game shot on the
This
second
is really
leg.
good
Charlie
so far.
Manby.
30 darts with 2 legs, Manby 2 up.
You know what you'd
Third
rather
leg,
have
it's Charlie to throw
when
first.
it comes to 30 darts? You'd rather
Game
have
on.
2 15s because that's 2 5-visit legs. What Charlie's had is a 5-visit leg and a 6-visit leg. But he's still got the 2-0 lead. That is the most
134.
important thing. Who's your favourite strawberry blonde dart player, Henry? Because Gavlas is a strawberry blonde.
60.
I have never thought I'd be asked that question in my life.
Yeah, welcome to my brain.
108.
Just in a nick of time from Manby to give Henry some thinking time. You could have Vincent van der Voort. He's probably mine. I'm a big Vincent fan. I think he's amazing.
97.
We need more people in the world like Vincent. You want an answer, you'll get it.
He is the Roy Keane of darts punditry.
He certainly is. That's why we love him.
I'll never forget that infamous clip when United played Tottenham that time. You know, yeah, I'd be swinging punches at De Gea in the dressing room.
Oh, there's a bit of an uppercut.
Charlie
But
required
Manby
88.
will be able to take that punch and still win. 7-7.
74.
Now, he did have the option of splitting that
Adam, you
with
require
Gavlas back on
164.
164. That tells us that Charlie is very much an aggressive player. Now, what does he do with 14? Earlier today, we saw Gavlas split 18
64.
of 666.
Charlie require 14.
Left of target. Wow.
Shot on the third leg. Charlie Manby.
What a dart that is. That's a seriously impressive shot, and he doesn't even react to it.
Fourth leg. It's Adam to throw first.
Well, these are
Game
two
on.
people that don't really give too much away. 3-0 to the good, maintaining that average of 100.2. And for Adam Gavlas, he is a big buff. You know, we said that Neil Duff needed a big win potentially. Well, Charlie Manby might be doing a big favour because
43.
if he can beat him, and particularly beat him to nil, it pretty much puts Neil back in play.
Let's not forget that Charlie's trying to get back into the top 3.
140.
A win here would put Ronan McDonald on the back foot when he plays Gavlas in game 11.
Well, at some point this week, we expected this kind of performance from Charlie because it has been brewing.
100.
I've got a prediction I'm going to make right now, and that is that Manby will have the biggest average in a winning performance this week at some point.
108.
Could be now.
It could be this game.
107.24 the average right now. And I echo your sentiments, Nico.
59.
I get the sense that Charlie could do something beyond anybody else and everybody else this week.
Oh, I like his
52.
thought. On the bright side, that single 12, which he's just edged, has got him under 130. Now what do you do?
139.
Beautifully
Charlie
done.
require 129.
Great counting from the Czech. Checkmate. Apparently not.
111.
And Gavlas is still kicking. If he takes this out, this will be one heck of a 6-dart conversion.
Well, it's Hail Mary time, isn't it, for Gavlas? But he's found the first treble of the combo. He's going to get a dart at tops. Well, there's skin savers, then there's that.
Adam Gavlas.
Adam Gavlas had his back firmly against the wall, but he's found a 160 to keep him ticking in the contest.
Game on.
And if it was going to happen to anybody a finish like that, it was going to happen to Charlie Manby, wasn't it?
85.
If anybody's watching this live on Pluto TV right now and they're practicing their own game at the same time, see if you can take 299 in 6. It is genuinely one of the most difficult.
93.
And that was to save the game.
And now you begin to ask, is there going to be a little bit of a mental battle here for Charlie Manby? Serving for the match here.
96.
But if he gets broken, the game returns to throw at 3-2. Gavlas have the dart to take us all the way. And when you consider the trials and tribulations this young man has been through, we'll wonder how much resilience he truly has got.
I get the feeling, though, with this somewhat slower circle he's drawing with his feet on the stage.
135.
He's getting used to this rhythm. He might not like playing this game, but every now and again you're going to play an opponent that you don't like playing. But you've still got to try and beat them.
140.
And he's getting the knack. Now, can Gavlas take 273 in 6? If he can, it will be 3-2. Should go 18s and 25 here. Oh, it's just so good. So
170.
good. Tactically perfect.
He's in a decent suit in this leg, but if Manby finds a 140, Gavlas could be cornered again. Big fine with the last. Leaves himself on a 2-darter. And so Gavlas needs another ton topper to save this contest. It was the 160 in the previous leg. 96 left. He's not going to get it, so Manby's back for the match.
He had 72 with 2 to win 4-0.
80.
He needed 2 double 18s. He got one of them. 2 darts at double 10. And he only needs one this time. That was an excellent game of darts. Gavlas was hanging on for dear life with that amazing 299 in 6. He did a lot right in the last leg, but he just left himself with a little bit too much to do. And Manby, with 105.08, was just too good ahead of the Duff Peter Wachuri game.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we have seen on this Wednesday afternoon. Charlie Manby getting the beating of Adam Gavlas by 4-1. That means that it's still a competitive looking table in this Group A, coupled up with Neil Duff's win against Ronan McDonald in this round of fixtures. It means there's a 2-point gap between the top two. Neil Duff could move level on points with Gavlas of a win here against Peter Maturin. It means that them two, Gavlas and Duff, that is, will go head-to-head in Game 13 of the session to dictate and determine who would win this Group A. For Peter Maturin, he's playing okay, but he needs to perhaps play a little bit better to get a result here against Neil, I feel is the synopsis of this one.
Yeah, I think we've seen a ceiling of performance today that needs to be raised. Started slowly against Gavlas. He was beaten in 6 legs. He has risen his performance by about 5% since then, but that's simply not enough. However, the good thing about his previous game against Ivan Springbok Pollson is the fact that he was 3-0 up with 3 out of 3 on the doubles. He was playing beautifully after 3 legs, but in legs 4 to 7, it wasn't as good. So he's just got to knit 4 good legs together.
So tough to get us underway in a game which is filled with consequence for him.
Here's the thing. If Duff wins and Gavlas wins again, which is the next game against Ronan McDonald,
83.
Duff has got to make sure that he can swing things around in the last match between himself and Gavlas. That leg difference has got to be tighter than it is right now. There is 8 legs between them here and now. If Duff gets a bigger win than Gavlas, he'll need to do a little bit less. The ideal scenario
60.
is that Duff wins here, Gavlas loses, and then it's just a straight shootout.
Knockout darts will begin on this Wednesday. Now, Neil has been involved in those situations before in a Group A to differentiating results. I suppose the one that would spring to mind is the time that he lost out on a head-to-head record to Jared Cole.
42.
He's also had other Group A successes. And there will be somebody that if he was to get through today, then he will make best use of those couple of days that he's been afforded.
85.
He'll prepare right. He'll keep himself ticking over. Wouldn't surprise me maybe if he played in the odd local thing here or there. Just do everything to keep himself fresh enough for Saturday.
84.
Just because you don't win Group A doesn't mean you're not going to be successful. Ask Mervyn King. His debut week, he was second in Group A, but won the week. And Neil Duff has won the first leg of this game in 14 darts. Looking very, very good.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw first.
With darts set number 2 this week. This is where your adrenaline could peak for this group.
45.
And that could bring really good things. Adrenaline's a wonderful thing if you can channel it. But if you can't, it can overtake you.
85.
You look back at that Lakeside that he won and the things he's subsequently won after that. That is something that Neil's done really well. He's channeled his adrenaline really, really well.
62.
Take it from somebody who knows. If it overtakes you, that becomes you. It hasn't become Neil Duff.
100.
He's measured. He's patient. He can take a few hits.
$140.
I've said it for years. I think you have to be a little bit obscure to do this game at the top level. To keep going back for more, time and time again, you need to be all kinds of resolute.
And particularly when you look at Neil Duff's route to where he is now, he had to deal with a lot of adversity. I think we actually forget, because of what he's done subsequently, that he won the Lakeside on his debut.
59.
His first ever appearance of the World Championship. That often gets forgotten.
I don't want to get into the politics of things, but Neil's in his 50s, so he was born in the early 70s.
60.
The opportunities for young players in Northern Ireland in the 80s and 90s, they didn't exist. They just didn't.
83.
For very obvious political reasons.
156.
Well, Neil didn't pick a dart up until his late 20s.
Case in point.
It was actually his dad that got him into the sport. You can actually find out a little bit more
100.
about that in one of the Tungsten Talk interviews, which I'm sure you'll see it on Pluto TV at some point. As Ruri looks at 112, Delol up at 1 apiece, but he's missed the big number. I almost get the feeling he was caught in two minds there, which is why he shanked that one into the 5.
72. Louis require 56.
This is the kind of chance that Duff has been mopping up all week.
$36.
But not this time.
DT require 40.
That would have been a 2-0 lead with a break of throw in the bank. Throwing for a 3-0 lead. That's not going to happen.
Peter Ruri. Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Who do you think the most influential Kenyan sports person is ever?
45.
It's got to be an athlete of track and field, surely. Or maybe a marathon runner.
What about Eliud Kipchoge, the marathon runner?
Eliud Kipchoge?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good shout. And I'll tell you why. Because a certain shoe brand used him as a guinea pig to try and figure out the next stage of running shoes. And apparently they were so good on his feet that he was talking about breaking the marathon in 2 hours. So Eliud Kipchoge is probably the right answer.
$140.
Of course, elsewhere from here, Pro Tour action today in Leicester, the Mattioli Arena. Of course, Chris Dobie won yesterday's tournament against Dirk van Dijvenbode at 8-7 in the final. Chris would beat Jan van Veen 7-5 in the semis. Dirk would beat Damon Heta 7-6. Also, a good one for Michael Smith yesterday. Got through to the quarterfinals, which now puts him very much in the mix. Just 250 quid off. Well, sorry, 4,000 off a world match play spot. Ryan Joyce holding the last one, but he gives himself a real fighter's chance of making the Winter Gardens. He takes on Barry Van Peer in the opening game of the day. And I think he'll like the board that he's been put on as well. Cameron Menzies, okay, could be a tough ask, but I think all in all he'll be fairly pleased with what he's been given, whilst Neil Duff will be very pleased with that leg. A 14 darter puts him back in front at 2-1, averaging at this present moment in time 96.72. Elsewhere, Ryan Joyce takes on Callan Ridds in the first round. Chris Dobie looking to win back-to-back titles. He takes on Hupai Puha. And how about this for a game in the first round? Gerwin Price against Mervyn King.
Yeah, that's rather good.
140.
I've just been doing a bit of research about Kenyan Sports Personality of the Year. It started in 2004. And to the present day, it has been won by someone in athletics all but twice.
55.
Therefore, actually confirming just how important track is to that nation. Whether it's the 3,000 metre steeplechase, long distance running. But they are starting to get a few stars in the shorter distances as well.
13.
And Eliud Kipchoge has won that award multiple times. But Faith Kipyegon, she's probably the biggest female Kenyan athlete right now. She's incredible. Great athlete.
128.
Multiple-time world record holder.
54.
Who knows, by the end of the year, Peter Wachuri could be Kenyan Sports Personality of the Year.
Hey, he could become a back-to-back, or in Shore Africa, back-to-back global champions potentially, because there's going to be an ADG qualifier for it, and you give Peter every single chance of getting there, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't bet against it.
And I think if he wins that, I think he'll be nailed on, well, barring anything happening elsewhere, i.e. a World Athletics Championship or something like that, then maybe he would.
54.
And there is a World Athletics Championship year this year, isn't it, 2025? As Duff looks at 155. 6 darts from here to open up a 3-1 lead. Double 19. Stupendous stuff.
On a 4 flag, Neil Duff.
He's made of the tough stuff, is Neil Duff. And that's a superb finish. And he's put Peter Wachuri's back firmly against the wall. Laser-eyed focus, steely-eyed in terms of determination, and he's a leg away with the darts in hand now from picking up a win, which will put him level on points of Adam Gavlas.
83.
If anybody can call back the situation that he found himself in, it would be the Duff man. Coming up after this, Adam Gavlas takes on Ronan McDonald, and so Ronan could do Neil a favour.
I think he's probably the right man to do him a favour at this point in time, based on the players that we've got in this group.
135.
Duff looks up for the fight here. He looks like he's got plenty in the tank to play this game and the next.
121.
And talk about marathon runners and long distance runners. This is long distance darts over the course of days. And it is a discipline that Neil Duff is very adept at.
85. $58.
You'd fancy he's going to get a dart from this position to win this game. Or will he? 25 off, leaves 173. And that
34.
Leaves a finish. But only just. Weirdly, if he'd hit the single 3, it would have left 170.
100. Neil, you require 164.
You just get the sense that at some point this week, one of these big ones is going to go, but it's not right now for Neil Duff. And so Vachuri 82 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. And importantly, it'd be a breaker throw. It would turn the match to the darts, which Vachuri would have in the next leg. It's the bullseye. It's not there. And so Duff has a chance to win 4-1.
He requires 64.
All he wants now is a clean dart at tops. That's been his best weapon all week. But he doesn't need tops. He needs double 4.
56.
But the chance goes a begging, and Vachuri gets another life. He gets a reprieve. Double 12.
13.
It's not found, and so Neil Duff has an opportunity to finish it off once and for all. 2 4s. Neil Duff is banging the mix. And when he takes on Adam Gavlas in match number 13, he will have something to play for. A real warm embrace between the pair at the end of that one. I think Neil's enjoyed his battles with Peter Vachuri this week. I think he's definitely enjoyed his company. But that was a business-like performance. Average of 93.19. 4th male in his doubles. And really, that 155 took the game away from Vachuri in the end. Next up, Adam Gavlas takes on Ronan McDonald. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got 5 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon. And game number 11 is a meeting between Adam Gavlas and Ronan McDonald. For Adam, he has just seen Neil Duff close in on him. Moving on to 20 points, courtesy of a 4-1 win against Peter Ruri before the break. And if Ronan McDonald can win this game, and he can win it kind of handsomely here, then it means that game 13 between Gavlas and Duff would effectively be a shootout, or be close to a shootout, to dictate and determine who is going to go through. In fact, if it is a win for Ronan, it will be a straight shootout to see who goes through. Even a win for Gavlas here by a small margin would mean that Duff could pick the group in that particular match, but it would mean that Duff would have to win that game by a considerable score. And what you do have in Ronan McDonald is a player that is playing some decent stuff today, but it also has to be said that Adam Gavlas is just beginning to find those purple patches, the like of which that he found on Monday.
Yeah, but his 98 average
41.
in his previous game wasn't enough. He only got one leg out of Charlie Manby.
81.
And that's where we talk about ceiling of performance, because 105 from Charlie is not a surprise. If we've got 105 out of Ronan right now, we'd be more surprised.
$59.
I'm thinking to myself, how many times has Gavlas this year played
100.
5 games consecutively in 3 days. Now, if we look at his Challenge Tour form this year, where he's averaging 86.6, and he hasn't played on the Challenge Tour since January, we can't really use that as a metric because that's
58.
6 months ago. But what about the Development Tour? He's averaging 86 there
85.
as well, so that's his level, isn't it? 86. As far as playing 5 games a day is concerned, that has been happening. And it happened last month. The 9th of May, the 10th of May, and the 11th of May, he played
100.
a lot of matches. He was a runner-up to Crabtree. He made a last 64, a quarter-final, a last 16, and a top 32.
90.
So that, in the last month, sees him being successful in a lot of best-of-9 games.
So McDonald,
96.
145.
Ronan, you require 145.
An opportunity to break the throw in this opening leg. Did find the 150 in his previous game.
93.
You'd be hopeful that Adam
you
Gavlas
require
doesn't find something big
147.
because he's had 2 Tompash checkouts today. He's had a 109 and that 160 to win his only leg against Charlie Manby last time out.
Now, Ruri took this out in his game with Ivan Springboard
43.
Pollson.
Ronan, you require 52.
Gavlas doesn't get close. And that break of throw that McDonald needs in this game, it might happen right out of the gate.
And
that's what you get.
Ronan McDonald.
For some reason, we just
Second
knew he
leg,
was
it's
going to
Ronan
cause
to throw first.
havoc today.
Game on.
He is doing just that. He is 3 legs away from guaranteeing 6 points for the day.
140.
And he could still walk away with 8.
He was the type of player you felt you couldn't keep quiet for long. In the first 2 days, there were glimpses, particularly towards the end of Tuesday, but it wasn't quite the Ronan that we had seen the last time he was here. Now he really is showing those
58.
kind of signs and really is showing that kind of quality.
I just wonder what his preparation was like before coming here.
44.
In order to be ready for a week like this, I've spoken with numerous players about what they do in the lead up. They'd spend about a month of doing various local tournaments, getting sharp for this challenge. But there are others, like Scott Campbell, for instance, a couple of weeks back.
140.
In his own words, he came in rusty. By the end of the week, he was playing his best stuff, but it still didn't get him the weekly title.
85.
So over the next couple of days, I'm sure we'll grab a word with Ronan to see what kind of lead-up he has had.
The big question is, are we going to see him in the afternoon or are we going to see him in the evening tomorrow night? We don't quite know the answer to that particular question yet, but this is a good response here from Adam Gavlas. Broken
133.
in the opening leg, and he's left himself on a finish after 9 against the throw-in leg 2.
You know, if you break your arm or your leg, it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to heal. A break in darts can heal in about 2.5 minutes.
90. Adam, you require 170.
We'll feel like he's got 6 darts from here. We'll hope he's got 6 darts from here. Doesn't want a diversion like that. Makes life rather more
44.
awkward, and he hasn't
Ronan,
really
you
mocked that
require
up too well. And so
142.
suddenly the ball's been placed in McDonald's goal. He got the break in the opening leg. Can he double up here? He's not going to find the 142, but he'll probably half fancy his chances of coming back with Gavlas on 126.
That was a really good visit until dart 3. He's got plenty of room to the left here. Is the bullseye calling his name? Not in this leg.
58. Ronan, you require
This really should have been
67.
a bit smaller. Does it make any difference?
Game shot on the
Of course
second
it doesn't.
leg. Ronan
He
McDonald.
goes back to what has been classified as his old faithful by Henry Deacon yesterday. Double 8 and McDonough
Third leg. It's
go
Adam
together
to the
like ham and
first.
cheese.
Game on.
17-17, 88.5 the average, 100% on his doubles. It's a proficient performance so far.
Yeah, this game is like a Matthew Perry
59.
movie from about 20 years ago. It's 17 again.
But just like that Sam Fender track, he'll be able to go 17 and under.
Do you understand some of the lyrics from that song?
Well, yes.
Have you actually sat and read them? Because they're quite deep.
As is most of his stuff. If you actually break it down.
100.
Fist fights on the beach actually do happen up north. At least they used to.
57.
Before smart devices were around. Some very pertinent lyrics in that song. Someone who gets under your nose when you're younger, they can still bug you now.
93.
Callum Ridge walks on to hypersonic missiles, doesn't he?
He certainly does. He had a chat with me a few years ago before he made his world's
81.
debut, and he said, "What should I walk out to?" And I said, "If you don't walk out to Sam Fender, you're missing a trick." So he spoke with his manager and said, hypersonic missiles is just perfect for him. And he's kept it ever since.
It's a good Ali Pally track. I know there's a few players that have toyed over the walk-on idea, and particularly players that are new to the top level. They actually,
59.
it's the last thing they actually think of, because even though you dream about playing on the stage of honor, you actually forget about that side of it, the showman side of it.
137.
I'm not really up on Czech music, so you'll have to ask Adam about that. But McDonough, I'm sure, has got lots of ideas if he was to make the big time from all of the brilliant Irish music from the last 50, 60 years.
96. Ronan, you
Looking
require
at 1-2-6 for the double break. Get a 3-0 lead. Oh, this is excellent. Double 6.
114.
Just clips the
Adam,
wire.
you require
So
94.
Gavlas is back for 94. And these have been the gilt-edged chances that he's been forced to take in this contest. Hasn't a double yet. And if he doesn't take this out, he could find himself 3 behind.
It's got to be treble 20. As long as McDonough doesn't make a mistake here,
34. Ronan, you require
he's going to be in
12.
firm command of this match.
Game
That
shot
is
is
smack bang in the
Ronan
middle.
McDonough.
He has found what he's looking for.
Full flag.
Au
It's Ronan
contraire to a
to the
U2
first.
track.
Game on.
3-0 to the goods. And if this scoreline plays out this way, it means that Gavlas and Duff in game 13 will be a shootout.
You can just imagine if you've got a bit of a whimsical side. If you want to create a little sketch for
96.
Ronan. He can sing that song by U2. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Oh, there it is.
$140.
I would highly recommend, Henry, if you ever get the chance to listen to the U2 album Joshua Tree,
59.
top to bottom. Great album.
Joshua Tree.
Yes, the Joshua Tree. Late 80s. Their best album. Ironically, it's better on vinyl.
That's making a bit of a comeback these days, isn't it, vinyl?
100.
I know that our good friend Abby Davies likes to listen to some old tracks on the old
95.
vinyl.
Well, she's a little bit retro.
Oh, yes, she is. I remember we were driving to in between places, and she wanted control of the aux in my car, and oh yes, it was a bit of a 60s retro day.
Each to their own. I don't mind a bit of 50s music.
76. Adam, you require 161.
Gavlas wants more than 50-something here. Maybe finding the conditions a little bit sassy up there. A little bit of perspiration on the brow now. Sensible use of the ball. He's not out of jail. He hasn't had a dart at a double in this game yet.
99.
And it's
Adam,
leg
you require
4.
56.
Which you've got to give Ronan credit for, because he's restricted him to nothing up until this point, where he's going to get 2 at double top.
Game shot on the full
And
flag.
to win a leg, he's
Adam
had to
Gavlas.
pile in a 14 darter. Here's a break back. Wins this one. Then he puts a bit of pressure on
Fifth
McDonald.
flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
If that checkout was a song, it would be whoop, there it is. And just like the song, he's got to do it repeatedly.
Pro Tour actions got underway in Leicester. Some of the other games to look out for in the first
59.
round. Connor Scott up against Justin Hood. Richie Edhouse, Bradley Brooks looks like an absolute corker of a game.
100.
Stephen Bunting up against Willie Borland on the same board. Scott Campbell against Keane Barry, that could be interesting. Damon Hett against Richard Vainstra. Vainstra's just beginning to hit a bit of form at the minute, isn't he? Joe Cullen, Scott Williams is a nasty first round game. Jan van Veen takes on Andy Bartons.
Do you know what, Henry? I think Scott Williams is not the kind of player you want to play when you're not in form. Because he can run rings around you and smile and make you feel even worse.
100.
Danny Noppert against Yella Klassen. Jermaine Watermain against Darryl Pilgrim. Ryan Searle, Darius Labanauskas could be absolutely anything. Darius, actually, of the 40 players in the Pro Tour Order of Merit positions, the only one without a tour card in those provisional spots for the Worlds.
He's also one of 2 lineal champions here. 2 people who have won the series and haven't returned yet.
40.
And if we may say so, Labanauskas is in decent form. And Ray Smith is returning to form, which is really good to see. He's been playing some ranking tournaments down in Oz. And he has been getting some results. Great to see that from the Series 2 champ.
Spent a little bit of time sat in our seats at the lakeside, didn't he?
He's just a super guy, is
98.
Raymond. He's the kind of person you want to sit next to and just mull things with.
He's that pint of
95.
Guinness at the end of the night.
Adam, you require 146.
Type guy, isn't he?
I could have a glass of ice water with Raymond and just put my head in my hands and listen. Well, Ronan's left 166. Not the first time he's left a bogey number today.
$59.
That's not enough. The dream number here is 134.
60. Adam, you require
But he's losing touch
87.
with that treble 20.
Well, this to keep the game going. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18. He's got a beautiful guide. Utilises
shot on the
it
fifth flag,
and
Adam
keeps
Gavlas.
his hopes afloat. And now McDonald has the darts again
Sixth
to win this
flag,
match,
it's Ronan
but
to the
boy, is it
first.
under more
Game on.
perilous pressure than it was the last time.
These are the moments where you're tested.
108.
And if you can swing back with one like that, that deserves a round of applause. But it's only part of what you need to do.
$93.
So McDonald with the darts in his hand, kicking off with a max. Has this game in the palm of his hand, you feel.
62.
But that visit there has just opened up the door for Gavlas somewhat.
You don't want to leave 259. But if you do, starting 19s is the legitimate play.
94. 99.
I'm not going to say that was a wrong play, but it was a very traditional one. Thing is, with 19s on 259, you can go 5 19s to leave a finish. But that would only leave a bullseye ending checkout. The way that McDonald's done it, you can finish on tops. And we have seen a 160 here today
160.
from Gavlas. Are we seeing one from McDonough?
To win it.
120.
Just
Academy
above the
require
wire.
134.
Well, it was a max to leave 134. It's not going to be another massive 6-star conversion, so McDonough's going to get 3 at 40
82.
to create a shootout scenario between Duff and Gavlas in game 13 for the group.
Well, almost a resigned look on the face of Adam Gavlas.
Game
And that's the
shot
reason
and
as
the
to why,
match.
because Ronan
Ronan
McDonald
McDonald.
has sealed a 4-2 win, and for him, it puts him in a very good position in terms of Group B. It means he leapfrogged Charlie Manby in the standings, and it means that Adam Gavlas against Neil Duff in game 13 is going to be a straight shootout. Coming up after the break, even Pollson takes on Charlie Manby.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. It's game 12 of our session, and it is a meeting between Pollson and Charlie Manby. Before the break, Ronan McDonald got the better of Adam Gavlas by 4-0, and that means that the next game after this one, Adam Gavlas against Neil Duff, is going to be a straight shootout to determine who is going to win this group. For these two, well, even can move even with Peter Ruri on 8 points in the group, whilst Charlie Manby can leapfrog Ronan McDonald going into the final round of matches in this Group A in terms of getting into Group B later on in the week. And for Charlie, we kind of said it last time, how would he react to a bit of adversity? But he reacted to it very well, average 105.08 and a 4-1 dismantling of Adam Gavlas.
30.
The question is different now. How does he react after his game with Springbok Pollson yesterday? That was the game that he feels he should have won.
140.
He didn't. He was pipped to the post. You should be grateful that you get another game against this person, because you can set the record straight a little bit. And it does have heightened significance here because of the reasons you've already mentioned. Get back into the top 3. Have a 2-point cushion over McDonald.
96. Ivan, you require 161.
You beat Peter Ruri in game 14 if you're Charlie. And Group B is going to be yours.
97.
He's himself on 64 after 12 in this opening leg. Manby can only try and apply pressure. Heads down 59. For the 25 to try and leave himself
64.
On the big fish. Unable to do so. And so Springbok Pollson has got 6 on 64. Tops for the first leg.
24.
Has got time to his side.
$81. Ivan, you require 40.
Double 10.
30.
Oh, this is a chance,
Charlie
isn't it?
require 95.
One that Charlie wasn't expecting. 2 double 19s. Oh, that's beautifully done. The first double 19 opened up the gate, and he just sailed on through.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Both players using barrels that look like vegetables. This one looks like a spring onion. You can see the bulbous bit at the end.
43.
This one looks like a banana shallot.
You look at Charlie Manby's setup. It's actually
31.
Not too dissimilar of that which Gary Anderson tends to use these days.
That's actually a really good point. I think it actually might be
108.
A Gary Anderson dart in a different colour.
I've just been told in my ear that it is a Gary Anderson dart. Well, let's have a look then from this angle here. Charlie's equipment.
94.
Wouldn't be the first person to use Gary Anderson darts to great effect, whose name is not Gary Anderson.
41.
Guess who else started on a Gary Anderson dart, funnily enough? Adam Gavlas.
But very well. Now, even Pollson's playing with a set of Scott Williams darts. Shaggy, who has won in this particular building.
41. Charlie
it's very
requires
peculiar to
48.
see Scott Williams darts and not a hint of yellow. Oh, now, where have we seen this before this week? Springbok Pollson did this yesterday.
Game shot
and there you go, it's the accidental double-double.
Tidy so far, 15 darter for Manby on the back of the 18 of leg
it's
one.
Ivan to the
What
first.
did I say to you yesterday? I said we might not ever see that again. 24 hours later, it happens again.
140.
What's they say about London buses and all that?
They're never on time.
Apart from that?
100.
They're red.
Apart from that?
$108.
They take a long time.
I give up.
Now you're getting it.
100.
That's what people say at the bus stop.
Uber. Other taxi firms are available.
38.
Well, this is a much better leg for Pollson. As we said, he's been playing in spurts, hasn't he, so far this week? He's had legs like this, but he hasn't been able to fully
58.
convert it over the full duration of a contest. But he has got 6 here for 143 to reduce the gap and reduce the deficit in half.
77.
A little bit of trickery there from Springbok Pollson, because that's the kind of player that we would usually associate with Rob Cross.
100. Ivan, you require 66.
Ivan.
Game shot on
That's
the third
not terrible.
leg. Ivan Springbok Pollson.
Much more like it, much more productive. It's asked the question
flag,
of
it's
Charlie
Charlie
Manby.
to
Back we go
first.
to 2-1.
Game on.
Big leg, you feel this for Charlie on throw.
45.
He's just got to stop leaning on that third dart. He's getting himself out of position. It's a common flaw
100.
in young, fast players. Look at him leaning into that third dart. Even our good friend, who's now past Kyle Anderson, he used to do a little bit of that. Michael Smith still does it, and he knows he does it. He's actually acknowledged it. So, without sounding too much like a teacher, Mr. Manby,
100.
stop doing it, or I'll send you to detention.
You never had a detention
30.
in your life.
Had one.
What was that for? Handing your homework in early?
100.
We had a supply teacher that didn't like me.
Don't know 140. Charlie require 116.
It's always going to be a risk. Oh, and it's happened
20.
twice, so you can see that it's not bad luck. That is something he's going to have to figure out because of the lay of the land when the dart is in the board.
How badly is it going to cost him? Because Pollson
Charlie
finds himself on a
96.
2-darter. And it's not a guarantee here that Manby gets a dart at anything. Well, he's going to get 2 at double 18. Good first dart, good recovery.
Flag, Charlie Manby.
And following what happened in the previous turn, it takes some credit from his part to come back and just wipe that to the back of his mind. And he opens up a 2-leg gap, needing now just one more to complete a win, which would see him leapfrog Ronan McDonald into third place, the final spot in Group B, going into the final round of matches.
100. $83. 85.
Gotta say, if he's gonna play at the Rising Stars Week, which I get a rough feeling he might, he plays to this
95.
level. He's gonna take some stopping. Let's get that right.
I absolutely agree. He's probably going to go up against some other people who have played here, but by the time we get there, could he be a winner?
140.
On a Champions Week, conceivably speaking.
True. We don't know. Especially when he's playing like this.
108. Ivan,
In terms of the Dev Tour Order of Merit, he's the highest ranked player that is eligible to play in it.
55. Charlie require 40.
Tops for the win. Double 10.
20.
Does not go.
Ivan, you require 68.
He's eating the flights because he's frustrated.
64.
At least he's coming back this time to break and to win and to be in charge of the Group B spot.
Double 5.
No
is
score.
not there.
Ivan,
And
you require
Springbok
4.
has been given a reprieve.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Double 2
Ivan
brings it
Springbok
back to
Pollson.
3-2, and Charlie Manby has been forced to serve this game out.
6th flag.
You can
It's
see him
Charlie
juggling
to
the
the
darts
first.
there on the stage. Please don't try that at home.
100.
You know, we were trying to think of an interesting AI thing, like Rafty Coxey for the week. How about this? Maybe AI can think up a game called Springborg or Springbok.
57.
Welcome to 2025.
26.
Can I ask what the rules are?
We'll let AI think that up. Hey, somebody thought of Cluedo.
41.
Great ideas have got to start somewhere.
$121.
That's a great visit, but Manby should be starting on the 19s. No, he shouldn't be on the 19s.
99.
That's not bad. He's got a dart lead here.
$69.
This is a perilous situation because Manby's already missed 6 darts to win this game. I fear for his chances
58.
if he doesn't win this leg.
It's just beginning to slip away from him a little bit, isn't it? And Springboard Pollson here.
43. Charlie required
Unable to apply pressure, so the
146.
ball's still very much in the court of Charlie Manby here. Another one of them. Double 16.
114.
Would have been some
Ivan, you
way to have won
require
it.
142.
He's got form for things like that. Finished the game yesterday with a 1-3-4. How about keeping it going with a 1-4-2? Everybody seems to be doing their best against
Charlie
Manby.
require 32.
So do yourself a favour, Charlie. Get rid of that man right there before he causes more trouble.
Probably expected that to go, didn't he? Closing in, double 8. Well, that's another miraculous dart in front of a blocked target for Charlie Manby, but importantly, that's a huge win for the young man from Huddersfield. It means that he leapfrogs Ronald McDonald in the race for 3rd place. That's going to go down to the final couple of games in the group. For the next match is a straight shootout to determine who's going to win this group. It's Adam Gavlas up against Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is how the table looks going into the final round of play. Adam Gavlas and Neil Duff tied at the top on 20 points apiece, and they go head-to-head in Game 13 of the session. It is a straight shootout between the pair to determine who is going to make it into Saturday night's finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Gavlas has had control of this group from pretty much the onset, pretty much the first dart. But Neil Duff has persevered in a way that only Neil Duff really can. He is kept on the coattails of the challenge of the Czech player and has leved up the challenge to him to win this last match. The knockout darts begins on Wednesday afternoon in week 6. It is Gavlas against Duff for the first place through to Saturday night's finale. And in terms of the way these two have played
first
today,
leg, it's Adam to throw
who
first.
are you favouring and who are you fancying for this one, Nico?
Got to go with Duff against the throw. Now, I'm going to go back to the question that you asked me yesterday afternoon at the end of the session. You said, what does Duff have to do to win this group? And I said, he's got to win more points today than Gavlas. He's just got to better him.
57.
He's already done that into this game, whereas Gavlas is having his worst day of the week. Duff might just be having his most resolute. He made the decision after his first game today to change his darts. I'm not going to say that it's worked, but I believe his experience has put him in this position. And I just hope for Gavlas' sake that he's not flagging at the wrong time.
Loser of this will at least get the crumb of comfort that they're going to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Not that I feel like it's going to give much sympathy to Adam Gavlas if he's got to play tomorrow and Friday night, considering the position that he was in.
Sometimes you've got to bounce back. Now, if you cast your mind back to the end of the last series when Jamie Atkins and Mervyn King were playing a game against each other in the last round, the winner would win Group A. Jamie Atkins won that game. He played superbly. But Mervyn won the week.
100.
Getting to Saturday is just one thing. But this game is surely all about a debutant versus the most experienced player. Because if Neil wins this game, this will be his 4th Group A win. His 4th.
60.
Which puts him up there amongst the greats. In all of his time here, he's only not played in a Group A in a weekly sense once. And that was because he had a second appearance in a series in Group C.
60.
He would make it through to the final before losing out to Johnny Haynes. Swindon's finest, Johnny Haynes. Although not the Swindon #1 at the minute, because Jack Tweddle's doing some things on the Pro Tour which is raising some eyebrows.
84.
I love that. Swindon's #1. You think that's what Jack Tweddle thinks when he wakes up in the morning? Oh, I'm Swindon's #1, you know. That's a nice feeling. There used to be a lot of gravitas for Stokes
78.
#1.
Adam, you require 142.
These days, St Helens #1, which is very much a certain Stephen Bunting. Gavlas here looking at 142 to take the opening leg. If not, Duff is hot on his coattails for the break. Not to be taken on this particular occasion. And so Duff will return for 103 to get the break right at the very beginning of this contest.
62. Neil, you require 103.
Double 16. There is your break of throw.
Neil Duff.
It's only the first leg of the contest, but already Neil Duff is showing a little bit of mettle.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's a finish that personifies Neil Duff. He's got the break. That's his third tub plus check of the day on top of the 1, 2, 4, 155. And not just has he hit 3 tub plus checkouts today, they've all come at key times in contests. And you could totally understand if right now Adam Gavlas is feeling a sense
96.
of panic.
On some level, wouldn't you? He was leading the table after Monday. He was leading the table after Tuesday.
55.
He's still leading the table now. But he could lose Group A at the final hurdle.
Well, he's losing grip of things very, very quickly, is Adam Gavlas. The alarm bells will definitely be ringing. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, if anything, it's just because he's not playing as well as he has at certain points of this group. Imagine how you're feeling at the end of a marathon. You've run the most beautiful race, then all of a sudden, your breathing gets a bit heavier. Your clarity of thought is starting to change. You're losing seconds because you're thinking and your body gets tight. You can find yourself in a mental whirlwind in this scenario, and if you can't breathe your way out of it, the game will be lost. Believe it or not, this is Neil Duff's 12th Group A campaign. He's played in more of these situations than anybody. More than Osborne, more than Harrison, more than Heenahan.
85.
They've all played in 10 Group A's. Experience is a word that is floating in the air in this match.
It just feels like Neil is chipping away at Gavlas. And at this present moment in time, he's not got much by way of response. Was broken in the first leg, and Duff's got 6 on throw to open up a 2-0 lead.
65.
The standard 65. He's already taken out a ton plus checkout in this match, so 96 will feel a little bit easier. Gavlas is losing touch. If this is a tug of war, Neil would be meters closer to the middle.
Adam, you require
well, that
120.
is a declaration to Adam Gavlas saying you have to take this 120 out, otherwise you find yourself a couple of legs behind. He has taken out a clutch 160 today. Is he going to take out a clutch 120? This is awkward because his darts stand up to attention. And he's got a double top here, which he can see next to nothing of. This could be a match/group defining dart.
80.
But it flies above the target, and Neil Duff's going to come back for 3 more at the tops that Gavlas has just missed. And he'll make no mistake, and he'll open up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Adam.
It's a funny situation,
is
isn't it? You're playing a game for the benefit of playing less darts this week. Almost seems counterproductive, doesn't it? You start this game because you love to play and you want to play more games. But when it becomes competitive like it is here, you're actually playing to not play.
$100.
And that can be a benefit because if you put a lot of mental and physical energy into 3 days in Group A, they say that recovery is half the effort in sport. I couldn't agree more.
92.
And if I may say so, my opinion is that the majority of dart players in the sport don't recover to their optimum. I think
140.
that is the next evolution of this game, when people start recovering properly.
Particularly as congested the calendar is. And well, you were mentioning actually yesterday in terms of the Players' Championship how you're surprised 1 or 2 players have decided not to knock this set on the head, considering New York and other tournaments taking place in the next couple of weeks.
There is no way that Josh Rock should be at that tournament. He should be having the week off.
100.
That's my opinion. Daryl Gurney, maybe him being there just to try and solidify match play spot. Yeah, I get it, but Josh Rock has got absolutely no reason to be there. He's just earned a lot of money, won a title, go home, recover, get yourself ready for the next one.
108!
Gavlas hasn't got time to recover. He needs to start hitting, and now.
57. Adam, you require 47.
If this doesn't go, he is officially in big trouble. Double 16.
Game shot on the third
Takes
leg.
it
Adam Gavlas.
and keeps himself in the contest. And just poses the question of Neil Duff, but he does
Fourth leg. It's
look
Neil
fairly hot
first.
under the collar, doesn't he, Adam?
Game on.
Mopping his brow, using his T-shirt as a towel.
55.
The sweat's dripping, and it's not just because he's in a tense situation right now.
I've got a really good solution for that kind of perspiration. Get a towel.
Do you remember when Mervyn King was here? And he had that king-size towel on the table.
Yeah, makes sense. King-size towel for a king.
Well, Neil is not happy with that one. Left the hand poorly, and that's why he just takes that step back for a second. It's not uncommon to see him do that if first up goes awry. Just steps back, recomposes himself, and then goes again. He will never throw away a dart for the sake of throwing it because one before was poor.
Well, curiously, the name Gavlas is a Polish derivative of the name Gabriel. Did you know that?
130.
And Gabriel has something to do with divine strength or God's power. Well, Gavlas could do with a bit of divine intervention here. And it goes alongside what you were saying earlier about his hometown being of dual country representation over the last couple of centuries.
Well, Duff's really getting stuck in now, isn't he?
60.
6 starts on 181 to open up a 3-1 lead in the contest, and it'll put him one away from progressing his way through to Saturday night's finale. Yet again for Neil Duff, he'll be into the Saturday night final. 14th appearance here, it'll be the 13th time he's made it through to Saturday.
Yeah, that's really impressive, isn't it? And the one time he didn't make it, that was off the back of a ridiculous run where he just didn't have any energy left. I think he was here for 3 straight weeks.
100. Neil, you require 121.
Yeah, I think he kind of thought never again in that respect. So it's just the 2 weeks this time for Neil, because he'll be playing at the Champion of Champions next Sunday. So a good week here would be good preparation for that.
96.
And that bullseye would have put him to within a leg of winning Group A. Gavlas isn't going to find the 144, and so Duff will return for 25 to put itself to within 1.
58. Neil, you require 25.
To it. To be within 1 leg.
9.
What a lifeline this is for Gavlas.
Adam, you require 86.
He has been treading water in choppy waters all game. Now somebody is throwing him a life raft. You could say someone's tossing him a rafty coxie. The bull.
40.
I don't think he'd be happy with all 3 darts there.
16.
Lacked composure.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
4th
something Neil
leg.
Duff's got in abundance, and you could hear what Neil Duff thought of that. Because he knows now he is to within a leg of qualification through to Saturday night's final. Gavlas with the darts, and he's going to have to win 3 on the spin. From the position that he was in the midway point of the day, it looked like pretty much close to a done deal, if the truth be told. Has he let this slip?
I'm always on the side of the players. You know this, Henry. I feel like it's my responsibility as a former top professional to always see it from the player's point of view, but it's almost irrefutable that if you lose your last 3 games in the group and you've had the lead the whole time, you have let it slip. Now, we can almost discount the Manby game in Game 9 because Manby was on fire.
100.
The second best average of the week. Ronan McDonald did turn up. He averaged 91 against him, so it's not like he's folded. It's just that people
100.
were in a position to take him out.
Well, if Gavlas is to win this game, at least he's 3-1 down the right side. He only has to break Neil Duff once to go on and win the contest.
140.
But that pushy motion in his throw, it's starting to get laboured. The right shoulder's engaged now. That third dart is being pushed with
95.
effort.
So to all intents and purposes, he's just beginning to tense up then now.
Oh, absolutely. And when you're tense, the first thing that really starts to hit you as a dart player, it is the throwing side shoulder and the neck.
139.
One of the best things you can do is relax your kneecaps. Feel a bit more grounded, and then just allow your shoulders to drop. And just take a deep breath and allow the muscles to breathe.
98. Adam, you require 62.
So 62 for Gavlas to reduce the gap back down to 3-2, and it would force Neil Duff to serve it out to win the group. What do you fancy? Well, he's missed a big number. Well, it's not going to be overly criminal because Neil's not on a finish, but you can get the sense, and Neil will know for a fact that his opponent's beginning to feel it.
If he didn't know it before, he knows it now.
42.
After dart 2 of the previous turn.
Adam, you require 32.
All about powers of recovery.
Where have we said that before in this game? Don't leave a champion on 138.
Game shot on the 5th
Very
leg.
well done.
Adam Gavlas.
We've seen bigger things won on a 138, things like the World Grand Prix.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
So Neil Duff now serving for it, serving to win this
85.
group. I suppose as well, we should also mention the financial ramifications, not just the group winning ramifications, because the winner of Group A, in terms of prize money, actually gets double the money of the second place player in the group. And so there is a lot of money riding on this particular match as well, not just in terms of a seeding position, but in terms of financial reward.
Yeah, especially when you consider the expenses that these two have to go through. One's flown in from Czechia, one's flown in from Switzerland. Last time I checked, that wasn't cheap.
40.
Well, effectively, the winner of this game, Saturday's in terms of the financial side of it, it's a bit of a freebie. Anything you earn will be a bonus you can just put away. Accommodation, flights, that's pretty much paid for if you win this group with the money on offer.
60.
Oh boy, that's a tight 60. He's going to have to get crafty on the 306. This is getting a bit edgy.
45.
There is a scenario now where this group could come down to one leg. As we approach the end of this match, they're not playing well.
I think they both know what's at play here, don't they?
38.
Adam might be making his debut this week, but he knows what's going on. And every fibre of Neil's being knows exactly what is happening in this match. Now on 268, you've got to start 19s.
134.
101 is a good score. If you bring the bullseye into play with dart 3. He's got to stay on the 18. So does he go bull second dart?
$99.
Do you know what he's done there? He said to himself, I can't leave a finish here.
177.
And now is he regretting not leaving a finish?
Go on, he said. And he could well go on and win this group because Neil Duff looks at double 10 to win a group which, if the
89.
truth be told, for a lot of the time was in the grasp
20.
of Adam Gavlas. Double 10 to get the job done. 2 5s to be Group A winner again. Huge dart. Huge moment. Huge hit.
And the match, Neil Duff.
That Group A summed up everything about Neil Duff. A man that's got quality, a man that's got class, but a man that will dig in and make the most of any given situation. There was a point today where Adam Gavlas had full control of that group, but Neil Duff is made of tough stuff, and he drew out every single fibre of that quality there to seal his place through to Saturday's final. It's a 4th Group A win for him, and we'll hear from him on the other side of the break, where afterwards we'll have Charlie Manby and Peter Ruri. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Pollson. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Neil Duff has won Group A. He got the better of Adam Gavlas before the break in a knockout match to secure what is a 4th Group A victory for the Duff man here at the Live Lounge in Porsche. We'll find out in a few moments' time who's going to be joining Adam Gavlas in Group B between Charlie Manby and Ronan McDonald. But with me backstage is the Duff man now. Neil, many congratulations. You have this habit of doing things the hard way, don't you?
Yeah, you have to play to the crowd, give them what they want, entertain them. No, I would love any group to be a lot easier when it goes to the final whistle. But I knew I had the staying power, probably had the experience to get me going today. Yeah, just glad to get over the line.
Me and Paul were mentioning in commentary that we've spoken about your grit, your determination, your character. You showed that in abundances today, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I've built a career off it. That's what I do. I just fight. I mean, even I think yesterday when I played Ronan, 3-0 down to come back, win that there. Today, with Ivan to be 3-1 down, come back and win it. It's just rugged determination, I think, more than anything else.
In terms of your setup, obviously you changed darts midway through the day. What was the thinking behind that?
It's just they're a new set of darts that I've been using for the last 2 days, and I'm really only getting the grips with them now. But if the grips even slightly off, that's why I'm hitting so many 5s and 1s, and the 5s are just killing me for the 2 days there. So I went back to Old Faithful, and I'm kind of glad that I did, because I played better stuff with them, you know.
So back into Saturday, you've got a pretty much unblemished record. Only missed out once on making it. But you're a man who comes here to win weeks. And considering your record, has it been a little while since you played at Champions League, would you say?
Yeah, it's been a while. I've actually missed a couple of Champions Weeks. I did qualify for, and then with other things going on, I didn't get to play them. So I had a very productive season last year down here. It's been a wee bit barren this year. But hopefully this is the weekend to put it right and carry a bit of form into the seniors Champion of Champions next week.
We'll look forward to seeing you there. We look forward to seeing you on Saturday night, Neil. Many congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, that was a great insight from Neil Duff, who has won the group, and pretty much confirming our suspicions that, yes, changing the darts was about grip, and why he won the group was because of grit. He has it in abundance, that is for sure. But if you think that's the end of this group, think again. Because we've still got to put somebody into Group B. And that'll be with Adam Gavlas, who finishes on 20 points.
It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
There are multiple situations that will see Charlie Manby in Group B with Adam Gavlas. One is winning this game. A simple win against Ruri will get him into Group B. However, if he loses this game, he can still qualify for Group B. That's if Ivan Springborg Pollson were to take out Ronan McDonald next. But if Charlie does not win this game and Ronan wins his, well then, Manby has a problem.
$55.
Peter Ruri is going to be in Group C over the next couple of days. He's having his worst day of the week so far. He has not picked up a win just yet. But he did have his best performance of the week against Manby on Monday, setting a personal best average, and it still
99.
Is the best performance of the week. Average of over 105.
$48. $40.
That's not really good from 299. You've got to start on 19s on that number, as most people who watch the Modus Super Series regularly will know.
140.
And when your opponent is doing that from a better position, expect bad news.
121.
He's done well there to leave a finish.
56.
But Manby has got himself tops.
Takes
the first leg away.
Charlie Manby.
He's having arguably his best day of the week.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw first.
Winning this game would not just solidify Group B participation over the next couple of days, it would solidify 8 points, which is something
137.
he did not achieve over the last couple of days in a daily campaign.
100.
As much as people really do enjoy spending time with Peter and playing against him,
140.
Charlie doesn't want to play him the next couple of days. He'd like to have a 2-day break from Peter and maybe have a battle with him on Saturday night.
85.
Well, this is how strange it is. Neil Duff won the group, but this could be the final game of the week, potentially. Neil Duff, the winner of Group A, who I've just had a chat with, and I get the sense he's really feeling it this week. He's really feeling good about his game, feeling good about himself.
100.
And I think it could potentially be a potent mix come Saturday night.
He's definitely got something nailed because he made a very bold call in changing tungsten earlier on in the day.
92.
You've got to be strong in mind to succeed after doing such a thing. I don't think we've ever questioned the mentality of
60.
Duff. Ever.
PT required 32.
Well, that's because everything he does, he proves us right as to why he should do it. As Ruri looks to level up at 1 apiece if he can find double 8. Indeed he does.
Second leg, Peter was sure.
Back we are on terms, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Charlie to throw first.
Charlie Manby looks like a man at the end of his tether, and you can absolutely understand why.
125.
Nobody said darts was easy. This is something you have to learn
41.
from a very young age. It's really important that your mentors teach you the right lessons, and I am 100%
121.
on board with the fact that Manby's mentor is his dad. Keeps him grounded, teaches him the right lessons.
68.
That's perfect. I was lucky enough to have a great dad as a mentor early in my career, but then
125.
other people took over to give me real-time advice. People like Stevie Wanless from Northumberland. People like Graham Stoddart, the great PDC pro from Newcastle. And then it would be the likes of Steve Duke Sr. from Australia and Russell Stewart.
Charlie
and my coach
130.
from South Africa, Ruben Schulder, who's sadly no longer with us. But you need those people in your corner that give you the right advice at the right times.
I'm just wondering who'd be the people in around Charlie's corner. Scott Waits ain't too far away, and I know he plays a lot of stuff locally. Wouldn't surprise me if them two mix about in a lot of circles with one another.
That's a really
Charlie
good call, I think.
47. Game shot of
We
third
just
leg.
knew he was going to hit that
Charlie
double 16 with a blocker. You think that's a good marker on the outside of double 16? It really isn't.
Fourth flag, it's Peter to throw first.
But he's found a way to hit those doubles in the bottom left corner, even if it's just a portion of the bed that he can see.
97.
When you get into the pro game, which I'm sure Charlie will do at some point,
100.
even though you're going to be hanging around a lot of opponents, you do get mentors when you're at the Pro Tour. I had Robert Thornton and Mervyn King. I was really lucky to call them as friends on the first season I had on tour.
Well, I've been speaking to Jared Cole, and when he started playing Pro Tour stuff, he did feel a little bit out of place initially, but he found those people in his corner, and it's very important to have them, and it does mould you. It really does mould you as a player.
Yeah, Jared had
108.
Steve West, Mervyn King, Keegan Brown a little bit. He sat with us when he was younger than Charlie. We gave him little tidbits.
82.
Turned out to be an England international, and he hasn't done too badly.
Multiple WDF ranking event winner. Could be going to South Korea in September.
Well, that'd be a nice trip.
Put it this way. If there's a comms gig available, I'll be snapping my hands up for it.
42.
I'm going to wait for you to
require
ask Jared.
120.
Can I fit in your suitcase?
Tops of Ruri.
80.
Fit another Tub Plus checkout into his collection.
I don't blame you, by the way, because the moment that the CDC said they were sending a tournament to Santiago, Chile,
59.
I was on the phone to Peter
PT
Cetera saying, do you need a
40.
commentator for that, by the way?
Fake it till you make it as Ruri looks at double 10.
I thought the tops was good.
30.
It's no
Charlie
good.
require 118.
And Manby could be having a 3-1 lead. But it's over before it's even begun.
Just got to keep himself in check here as Charlie.
30. PT required 10.
2 5s for Ruri for 2 apiece.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
First start,
P2
2-2. We're back on an even kilter.
Well, that's another one of those drastic U-turn situations, isn't it?
It's Charlie
At the
to
start of that
reverse.
1-1 checkout, you're thinking it's like a Karen Carpenter song. We've only just begun. Oh, no, it's over. That's how darts works.
59.
That's why people like it in the 2020s more than ever, because it's so quick fire.
100.
It's a sport you can get your teeth stuck into. You got the short sprints, but the longer stuff.
98.
Well, you can sit down for an evening and really pan out a long game. Think about the World Final. Takes about 2.5 hours to complete if it goes tight, and you
43.
are gripped and hooked by every single moment of it.
We haven't had a final go the distance for a while, have we?
Last one, I think, was Gary and Phil, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. 2015.
140.
I've had a couple of lakeside finals go close since. Obviously, Neil won in the last set, deciding against Thibaut Tricol, and Glenn Durham got the better of Mark McGeaney in the last set, decided. McGeaney missing a couple of darts to be world champ.
140.
Wonder what the format of the Global Championship final will be. Because that didn't really run close last year. Devon Peterson
135.
kind of bulldozed Adam Lipscomb in the end. I think it was 9-3 the score in the final.
100. Charlie requires
Yeah, the
69.
mid-game break, we all thought, it looks academic. Double 16.
53.
Now it's with Ruri that's got
PT
118.
require 118.
Do you want me to sing it again? We've only... Oh, it's just gone.
Thank you, Peter.
It's getting shorter.
I thought we had a rule about no singing in the
78.
commentary box.
Charlie requires
I'm
16.
not singing. Charlie's going to be dancing if he hits this double 8.
No score.
Well, here's the thing. The dart on the floor,
PT require 40.
it's a symptom of how his darts sit in the board. It happens numerous times, and it's something he's going to have to
Edge on the
fix.
5th flag.
He's
P2
3-2 down. He's a marvellous player, this young man from Huddersfield, but there are crinkles that need
6th
to be
flag.
ironed
It's
out.
Peter
Just
to
little
the
ones.
reversed. Game on.
Don't think about it too much. It's not unlucky. It's just something that needs to be figured out.
Ruri 3-2 to the good. One away from giving Ronan McDonald an open door to Group B. And it would mean that these two will face off a minimum of 5 times this week. But Charlie Manby, credit to him, has responded fairly well. His first max of the match. Piles the pressure on
45.
Ruri, who hasn't found a treble with his first 6 darts of the leg.
After the disappointment of leg 5, Manby is straight back in there. That's the most impressive thing
140.
about this. It's a great leg, don't get me wrong, but it's in response to adversity.
It's contextually speaking, isn't it?
58.
Yeah, everything can be listed as good, but it can be listed as better if it's in response to something.
145.
Potential 10 darter in a leg which he lost against the throw would see him possibly in the
95.
doldrums.
Charlie
But if he
required
finds
36.
this, he'll have the throw to ensure he's back tomorrow night. 11
Shot on the
darter
6th leg, Charlie Manby.
when he needed it the most. He's found that class and quality and now has the darts to
7th and
ensure
final
that
leg,
he'll be
it's
playing
Charlie
in the
to throw
evening
first.
session
Game on.
alongside Adam Gavlas, Henry Coates, David Wazowski and Martin Thomas.
140.
This is a power-packed play here.
This is not out of character.
100.
I think I was speaking to Trina about it last week, about bursting games, and Charlie's finding one of them here. He is finding
108.
his absolute best when he's absolutely needed it.
This is not a burst.
83.
This is an explosion.
He's rallying and now running towards the line.
100.
If he takes that 81 out in 2, that'll be back-to-back 11s to win.
One of the best spells you'll see in this building.
60. Charlie require 81.
Take it away, Charlie. For Group B, you need 75 more. That still worked out really
41.
well. He's sitting on a primary double to accomplish his goal. Now, at the start of the day, he could have won the group. That soon
140.
did not come to fruition.
Charlie
But
require
the second
40.
prize could be his.
Double top. Now 2 10s. Chasing double 5.
35.
Inside. Maturi's got a
require
chance to win it, and
118.
Maturi's got a chance to keep McDonald in play in contention.
We've only just begun. Again? On 118. Are we just about to end? Oh, what on earth? What on earth? He's back. Unconventional Waturi's back.
But
107.
a double 11 goes inside. There's
Charlie
a nice smile on the
require
face of the
5.
king. But it could be the prince that claims the spoils in this one. Double 2. It's Group B for Manby.
Charlie
He
Manby.
gets the better of Peter Maturi by 4 legs to 3. The primary job couldn't be completed, but the secondary job is done. Peter Maturi will be playing Group C darts on Thursday, Friday afternoon, but that man will be back tomorrow night, which means that the final game of the group between Ronan McDonald and even Springboard Pollson is a dead rubber.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got one more game for you, and it's a game which has significance for even Springboard Pollson, because if he can win this game 4-0, he can leapfrog himself into 5th place in the group. Ronald McDonald, well, he can't do anything. He is a sitting duck on 4th place in the group on 14 points. Wins this one, it'd be a couple of points off Charlie Manby, whose hopes of getting into Group B, well, that was completed with a 4-3 win against Peter Veturi before the break. For Ronan,
First
well,
leg, it's
you
Ronan
can tell
to
there's
the
a little bit of
first.
frustration there. He did all the hard work today to put himself in position, but he knows that what happened on Monday and Tuesday was really the undoing. So if he's going to get through to Saturday, he's going to have to do it through Group C. But I'll be honest with you, the way he's played over the last day and a half, if he plays those types of numbers in Group C, I'm going to give him every chance of getting out of it.
I'll give him every chance too.
5.
And just to confirm what direction he's actually going in, if he wins this game by 4 legs to 1 or better, he will be the player of the day. That might not mean anything to a lot of people watching, but the fact is, it means something to the players.
80.
Who got the most points? Who had the best leg difference? Who had the highest average? That kind of thing. It means something to these guys. And, of course, the girls next week.
98.
Because we have Women's Week 4 next week, which will be the ideal warm-up for the Women's World Match Play in Blackpool.
You could perhaps put an argument that in a Group A you could have a bonus prize for the daily table winner. It adds an extra incentive to the players down the bottom end of the table.
What, are you thinking, a
42.
kebab voucher or something like that? Or are you thinking something in the table?
As in for maybe like a monetary prize, maybe a
44.
extra 150 quid or something like that.
I'll let you sell that to the powers that be.
That's all right. It's not as bad as the week where me and Chris Mason spent £5 million of their money. We were making a world championship worth £1 million. We were asking out to go to flights to Dubai to play a tournament.
I think you're being slightly more realistic with this idea.
134.
Well, you do, of course, get the silver medal if you win the week. You get the gold medal if you win the series.
134. Ronan, you require 60.
Double top. That's been so much better today, hasn't it? He's looked more likely to hit his doubles without mistakes.
Second leg, it's Ivan to
4
the
out
first.
of 9 in his first game. Then 4 out of 8. Then 3 from 9 in defeat to Duff. And 4 out of 6. If anything, this is probably the best doubling display we've seen this week by anybody.
81.
He's certainly getting there, Ronan McDonald, that's for sure. Well, this game's a bit of a dead rubber, so whilst we have the opportunity, just to tell you what's
84.
happening in Leicester, Martin Lukeman's got the better Matt Den at 6-5. Dave Chesnell 6-3 win over Christian Kist. Thibaut Tricol, once a regular in this building. He's beaten Peter Wright 6-4. Mervyn King has beaten Gerwin Price by 6 legs to 2.
96.
Michael Smith continues his good form. 6-1 win over Barry Van Peer. Very much put himself in the race for Blackpool. Chris Doby, 6-3 win over Hopai Puha. Cameron Menzies is out. He lost 6-5 to Jose de Souza. Richie Edhouse beat Bradley Brooks 6-3. Gary Anderson out, lost 6-5 to Adam Hunt.
137.
Adam Lipscomb beat Danny Van Tripe 6-3. Damon Hetter's beaten Richard Vainstra 6-4. Round off some other results in the next leg.
108. Ivan, you require 140.
I don't think Gary Anderson's going to be there tomorrow. He's lost first round the last 2 days.
Doesn't need to, really.
40. Ronan, you require 78.
78 for 2-0. Player of the day is still very possible. He might go 25 bull. Oh, interesting. Is he regretting that play now? I think he might be.
24. Ivan, you require 100.
So, a ton for Pollson. And the line of dart 1 is conducive to the triple, but is elected to go tops.
40. Ronan, you require 54.
He's done this a little bit today, just trying to compose himself a bit more. It has worked.
Not
this time, though.
Ivan, you require 60.
This big white flight that he's got, well, it turns out it's not in the way this time, but it was.
28. Ronan, you require 20.
So McDonald to double his lead to 2-0. Looks at 2 10s and now chasing the 5s and moves inside.
15. Overstepped on the last start.
Well, that last start has been disqualified by the referee, Jack Garwood, because in the eyes of the referee, he overstepped the mark. It's an irrelevant decision anyway because Pollson's pinned the double 16, but it could have caused some problems for McDonald should he have come back to the hockey in that leg.
$99.
Just highlighting the kind of duties that every referee has got when it comes to stage darts.
42.
You're not just calling numbers. And if you are an aspiring referee, learn from these guys. You have to stand so still when these players are throwing because that can put the players off if you move.
58.
It's about player welfare. It's about making sure that everything is cohesive on the stage so that the players can play their best brand of the sport.
32.
Yeah, Jack Garwood, our top referee here. Part of a very good refereeing team we have at the Super Series. The likes of
100.
Paul Hinks, George Baker. Owen Bink steps in every now and then.
78.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be replacing the referees anytime soon with AI.
46.
Or holograms.
We're going to have a hologram of a referee. Surely it'd be Bruce Spenny and that 180 call.
Oh, yeah.
If AI was to recreate a 180 call, it would be that one.
It would be. It would 100%. Spine chilling.
$58.
We have seen McDonough try a few Hollywood acts in his time on the stage.
95. Ronan, you
Things
require
like a
80.
turn away 180. Turn away if you hit 80.
60.
Turn away.
Ivan, you require
because Springbok
95.
Pollson might break you on 95.
He's giving opportunity to his opponent again, isn't he, McDonough? But Pollson can't pick up the
50.
pieces, not this time
Ronan,
at
you
least.
require 20. Game shot in the
We waxed
third leg.
lyrical about
Ronan
his doubling
McDonough.
prowess today. It has fallen a little bit off its perch in this one, but he's still
Full
2-1
flag,
up.
it's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
The godfather of Danish darts, Per Larsen, is called Peachy. And Springbok Pollson is not feeling peachy right now.
83. 60.
By the way, we have spoken off the air, Henry, about the fact that the Nordic and Baltic Championship, which is going to be a tournament later this year, the winner will go to Ali Pali. The fact that that tournament is going to have a trophy that is named after Jan Hoffman is an incredible touch. Jan was an amazing man. Great dart player, but an even better bloke. And I think that is a wonderful gesture.
Yeah, I think more trophies need to be named after pioneers of the sport. I know we have the Tunguniva Trophy for the Dutch Darts Championship on the World Series stage.
I agree wholeheartedly. And Dart Players Australia, when they started 20-odd years ago, one of the first things they did was name a tournament after Russell Stewart.
If we were to name the Super Series trophy after an individual, who would it be?
95. Ivan, you require 170.
That's a really good question.
$95. 56. Ivan, you require 75.
Pollson looking at 75 to level this game up at 2 apiece. Going to get a dart in his hand at top. Just drops below. That's kind of been his miss, even. Has been pulling it lower the target. Bullseye for 3-1.
105.
25 white.
Ivan, you require 20.
That is a beaut. It's not used. But that one is.
Full flag, Ivan Springbok Pollson.
And for one last time in Group A, we may be going the distance.
Fifth flag, it's Ronan to
I'm
the
still thinking
first.
about your question, by the way.
Game on. $139. $60.
Have to be after somebody who's made a real imprint on this project.
100.
Well, obviously, there are going to be people saying the Littler Cup or something like that, but no.
No, not for me.
He'll have something named after him
100.
in due course. He's got a JDC tournament named after him, which is a great thing.
Dimitri van der Berg has an ADC tournament named after him.
42. $140. $123.
I'm really struggling with this one, I'm not going to lie. There are some possible suggestions like Martin Adams.
Martin was one that I was thinking of.
Martin's been here since day
Ronan,
one.
you require 97. $57.
Great idea
Ivan,
for
you
a
require
Champions
101.
Name it after somebody. As Pollson looks at 101. Looking at tops, a 3-2.
81. Ronan, you require 40. Game shot on the
3-2 lead. He's not going to get Group B, but he could end Group A with 8 points on Wednesday.
Sixth flag. It's Ivan to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
So Ronan McDonald 1 leg away for victory here, leading even Springbok Pollson by 3 legs to 2.
$135.
I've got it.
Go on.
The Kieran Tian Cup, because he was the first winner.
100.
And if you don't like that, the Conan Whitehead Cup.
The Conan Whitehead Trophy has some ring to it.
137.
I wouldn't make it a trophy, though. I'd make it the Conan Whitehead Sword.
125. Ivan, you require
that swords can be won in
129.
professional sport. They have been. And games can be won with a 1-3-6. Isn't that right, Ronan?
96. Ivan, you require 40.
Well, this to take us all the way. Double 10. One left.
20.
Doesn't get it.
Ronan, you require
And so
40.
McDonald is back to win. Double top is what he's looking at.
Get
Double
shot
top is what he
and
gets. And that's a
Ronan
14
McDonald.
darter to round it off. Now, it's a win for Ronan McDonald, which doesn't really do much in terms of getting him into Group B. These two will be renewing rivalries in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Ronan McDonald winning that one then by 4 legs to 2, being Ivan Pollson in the final game of the session. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now, because Steve West is embracing it. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
So Group A has come to a close here at the Modus Super Series. This is what we've watched on this Wednesday afternoon, and that was what happened at the end of the session. Ronan McDonald getting the better of Ivan Springboard Pollson by 4 legs to 2. But it was the 13th game that decided it all. Neil Duff getting the better of Adam Gavlas by 4 legs to 2. Now, Adam, midway through the day, had full control of proceedings, but Neil Duff rallying towards the end. Back-to-back defeats for Gavlas towards the end meant that he slipped into second place, and it is Neil Duff who has won his 4th Group A here at the Modus Super Series. He's going to be through to Saturday night for 12th time in 13 appearances in this building, 13 times in 14 appearances all told. Charlie Manby sneaked the second place through into Group B, having finished 3rd in the table from Ronan McDonald, who rallied today, but really the damage was done on Monday and Tuesday respectively. Peter Ruri and Ivan Springboard Pollson, the bottom 2 players in the group. So that's how Group A finished up, and this is how the rest of the week is going to look consequently. So Neil Duff, the winner of Group A. Group B looks very inviting indeed. You've got 3 players on the Dev Tour doing great things going toe-to-toe. Henry Coates, Adam Gavlas and Charlie Manby in there. Dave Wazowski, well, he plays the role as a coach at an academy. He'll probably feel like he's playing the father role in that particular group, and it's always great to have Martin Thomas here. Whilst Group C sees Kieran Tien going for a 3rd title in this building. Darren Johnson's looking to better his record of the past here and Jonathan Platt's back for a second appearance. Ronald McDonald playing his first Group C. Peter Ruri got into finals night through Group C last time, whereas even Springboard Pollson will be looking to get results there to get through to a first Saturday night. So that's how the rest of the week breaks down. This is what's coming up on Pluto TV. Coming up next, the Tungsten Talk with Phil Taylor, and then that's followed by that of the Asset Paul Nicholson, talking about the ups and downs, the highs and lows of his career. Kieran Tierney looking for title number 3, and he'll kick off his campaign tomorrow from 1 p.m. It's the start of a double session day. Group B will begin from 10 o'clock, and then of course we'll be looking forward to the action on Saturday night from 7:30 as we head towards finals night. From the Asset, Paul Nicholson, and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you for your company. It's Neil Duff who's made it through to finals night. He's won Group A. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is... And that was it!
Finals night, and it's another
Dirty